Jenva, Jenva.
Yeah, we're on. Yeah, it's okay. We're just waiting for another panelist, so just a minute. It's early, we realize that. We appreciate everyone for coming so early today. So this is SEEDIG 8 Day 2. Welcome. Our first panelists are here. Your microphones are ready. Just push the button when you're ready to talk. So please give a welcome to Maja Muminovic and introduce your panelists, please. The floor is yours. Take it away.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming this early on. We will do our best to make this the most interesting panel of the day, so that you feel like you didn't waste your time coming so early. So my name is Maja Muminovic. I am here in the capacity of Executive Director of Media Center Sarajevo, and we are also the lead organization selected to act as a lead of the coalition that we will be talking about this morning. So the purpose of today's panel is to initiate conversation on the ways civil society organizations, experts and media can actually influence social media giants and tech companies. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, we have recently established a coalition on freedom of expression and content moderation in Bosnia and Herzegovina. It was done so under the auspices of a project called Social Media for Peace, implemented by UNESCO and funded by the European Union. And this is the first time in Bosnia that we are forming a coalition committed particularly to content moderation and freedom of expression. We will be talking about the reasons why we realize that we need such kind of coalition in the first place, what we intend to do, and discuss a little bit if the whole concept is actually going to work. Are we going to be able to influence social media giants to improve content moderation and to actually make, to ensure that we have free and healthy online environment for all citizens of Bosnia and Herzegovina? So let me start by introducing our panel members. I will start from my left. Lukas Gabler is Public Policy Government Relations Manager for CEE within TikTok. Melissa Durak is a National Project Officer at UNESCO Bosnia and Herzegovina. Feđa Kulenović is Communications and Information Expert with University of Sarajevo, and Bojana Kostić is Human Rights and Tech Researcher. So these are our esteemed guests this morning, and I have to say I'm really honored to be able to moderate this conversation this morning. So to help me set a little bit of context, I asked Feđa, who is also a member of our coalition in the capacity of a private person, as an expert, an individual, not on behalf of organization, to tell us a bit more about reasons why in Bosnia we need this kind of joint action directed at social media tech companies.
First of all, good morning.
So as you've heard, in this capacity, in opposition to yesterday, I'm acting as an individual, but I mentioned yesterday that most of us work on other projects because there are so many issues that we have to deal with that we notice. One of them is social media. So the media generally and journalists have issues with social media management, and then you can imagine how it is for ordinary citizens who don't have any sway over social media in that sense, and particularly don't understand how to appeal the process, what are their rights as members of the community, and what can go wrong. So many of us do that, and particularly because Bosnia and Herzegovina has so few citizens compared to larger countries, this causes a lot of issues in sense of reaching anyone in Meta or any other social media company. And plus that also causes the lack of cultural understanding of our context, and that was one of the reasons why we started this. The mechanisms I've already mentioned are really poor. Some of the documents I don't even think they're understandable, even if they're translated, and most of them aren't. And the transparency is something that we want to deal with as well in the context of moderation practices, because no one understands that there's a whole range of issues that sprung up in the during the pandemic, particularly where fact-checking was strong and necessary, but still people didn't understand why it was necessary and what's the process. And then like I said, we are a small country, so the country doesn't have any capacity to connect with large tech, big tech companies. So there are no diplomatic efforts to set the policy towards large tech companies, and I believe that's one of the really important issues for the coalition to deal with, as a replacement or at least a connection between our government and or governments and large tech companies, with understanding of the setting and issues that we are dealing with. One thing that I think will be very important is education of all citizens. And I mean, I think the Meta's penetration in Bosnia and Herzegovina is about 99% compared to the people who are online. And they still don't understand that. So our part will be also advocacy towards citizens, or partnership with them in order to educate them, to explain what they can do, what they cannot do. And also the other issue that is important and why we are actually here is the coalition of CSOs who also have issues and don't have a direction how to actually approach all of these issues in digital world, and it's how to tackle the issues of digital citizenship or digital rights in that sense. And we, in the coalition or within the coalition, everyone who signed or joined the coalition recognized that the only way we can change that is working as a coalition and not as individual organizations on a project basis. So the reason why I like this project is because, okay, it does require some funding and so on, but it's individuals. Whenever something happens, we will join forces and try to tackle the issue from different areas, angles, and expertise. And for the first time, I have some optimism that we will be able to change the course that we are now kind of following, which is a hands-off approach, literally, by the government, which we've all seen, unfortunately, what happens when a horrible thing happens, that how devastating it is for the community, but also for the large tech companies and their perception in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but also the region.
Thank you so much. I also share your optimism in sense that only a couple of years back, it would be very hard to imagine that organization from Bosnia and Herzegovina is organizing and sitting in a panel with someone from TikTok, as we do today. Different organizations from the country have established certain connections with big tech companies, but overall, we always had this impression that Bosnia is not more than a dot, even if a dot, on this big map of social media companies. Very small country, as Feja said, then again burdened with so many issues, and at the same time very invisible, at least so it seemed to us, to big tech companies. This is, it seems like a good time to tell a bit about the project itself, Social Media for Peace. And Melissa promised yesterday that she will reveal today just how Bosnia ended up being a target country for this project, together with Indonesia, Kenya, and Colombia. We are most grateful for that. Just let us know how did it happen that we ended up on this map, and what were the reasons for UNESCO to start this initiative?
Thank you very much, Maida. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of UNESCO in Bosnia and Herzegovina, I would like to say hello from my team. They know that I am here today, and we are very happy, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. I feel like that there's this big now answer that I have to give. I know, given that this is the questions that we've been asking ourselves as well since 2021. I will not speak a lot about the project, but I think it's important to give a few information to understand the narrative and the setup and why the coalition as well. As Maida mentioned, this is the project UNESCO has started and invested a lot of energy and effort to understand what is going on in the digital world, and specifically on social media when it comes to some negative consequences. Specifically, this is in regards to hate speech. Obviously, maintaining a basic human right is the freedom of expression. So I always try to mention this because it's important to understand that we are trying to actually create a safe environment for internet in general, specifically the usage of social media, but also it is difficult just to work towards a more just society, I believe, in the virtual world, but also in the real world. So this is the project we started in 2021. Obviously, as you've mentioned, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we have Kenya, Colombia, and Indonesia. One of the reasons why in those countries, this is the pilot project, so this is the first time we are starting this, is that we have seen that there's, unfortunately, these are countries that are prone to political turbulence and sometimes, a lot of times, in a lot of cases, also violence. And we wanted to see a direct correlation between what is happening on social media when it comes to human behavior, using the social media in receiving, sharing, and also understanding the information that is happening online. We were able to see in those 2 or 3 years that there is growing evidence that what is happening online when it comes to spreading negative messaging, spreading hate speech, disinformation, fake news, this is directly correlated to what is happening on the streets and what is happening in real lives. So UNESCO wanted to actually to see and understand through this project and through the research, as you have mentioned before, that the Media Center has been doing in Bosnia and Herzegovina with us as well. Sorry. We wanted to understand better how this internet ecosystem and environment is actually what is happening and how we can create better model to fight against this and to create a more justful, peaceful society and internet that we can use in our daily lives, but also that we can trust the information that we're receiving. Obviously, the digital world that we live in has completely changed the way we receive, understand, and share the information. So how are we going to advance this for all of us, and for next generation as well, is to be able to live in a more peaceful, obviously, world. The Social Media for Peace is actually trying to also, and this has been mentioned before, to create this also partnership with civil society organizations, but also social media, big social media companies and other stakeholders, government institutions, individuals as well, academia, media obviously, which is a very part of this challenge or issue or a problem that we're dealing with, is exactly all of us together as a group, how we can do this better is actually what we are trying to understand. Officially, the project is ending. I don't like to say this, but in 2000, at the end of the next year, 2024. But obviously, this is an initiative that obviously it will not end. It will continue, maybe in a different shape or form. But this is a subject that we're continuing to be working on.
Thank you so much. To add a bit of further understanding of the coalition that we established in Bosnia, it now has 17 members, and they are mainly civil society organizations working in the field of media development, human rights. We also have some media outlets, mainly registered as non-for-profit companies as well. We have individual experts and in forms of associates, not formal members, we have a number of public institutions, such as Human Rights Ombudsperson in Bosnia and Herzegovina, or the regulator. They are committed to our work. They were part of the meetings that we held so far, but they haven't joined in as legal entities because of the legal issues they can. So it's a rather diverse group of people, each bringing different kind of expertise and knowledge about the context that is relevant in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Bojana, I wanted to ask you to share a little bit of knowledge on similar practices in other places in the world, to share with us a bit of insight into what civil society is doing elsewhere that seems to be effective way of communicating with social media and tech companies, but also influencing their policies. Are there some examples that we can learn from that are currently happening and that can be applicable not just for Bosnia and Herzegovina, but other countries in the region?
Yeah, first of all, thanks so much for having me, and good morning. A bit of a disclaimer here as well. I was involved in the project from the very beginning as a consultant for Article 19, which is also like a partner organization together with UNESCO, Sarajevo, and all the coalition members. So I will be speaking from my own personal capacity, not as a consultant anymore, but still I kind of got to see a bit of the ins and outs of this process, and it was really a pleasure to be working with all of you on this project so far, and I hope to see you soon. Yeah, so far, so if we kind of try to map the terrain of the cooperation or platform diplomacy, as I like to call it, what we see so far is like a 3 different levels. So if you look at from a macro perspective, so more or less global perspective, you will see that the big players who have a lot of resources and a lot of capacities, or at least they seem to do, have found ways to have better connections. I don't know necessarily want to say collaboration, because it has different meaning for different people, and we can get back to that in the second round of questions. But at this point, what we see, for example, is that there are like a number of initiatives that are focusing on a global level on different scale of things. For example, Pan International, has a program that kind of offers assistance to female journalists and female writers and activists in different situations when they face different kinds of harms online. Then there is a program that is run by Global Fund Forum for Media Development that focuses in particular on Ukraine and is trying to establish escalation channel. And then there is a similar program within the RSF. It's a global initiative. Then IGF itself is also a way of us to get in touch with the companies and to understand their positions. And then at the top of everything, like there are like individual people themselves, like one in the case of this horrible situation in Bosnia that actually ended up helping remove or at least prevent from being circulated further content actually was based somewhere completely in a different part of the world. So on this macro perspective, what we have like certain individuals and organizations who have kind of a ways on hooking up and finding places to kind of Internews itself also has its own kind of a path, Access Now for help desk and technology stuff. So this is how things are done. How and why we as the region, or in particular Bosnia, is positioned with all of these different initiatives is hard to say, because we have never tried actually so far to get in touch. it works well for individuals, but it does not necessarily mean that it will work for all the other groups of society that have lack of resources or knowledge about these initiatives. So yeah, it's fine if you're a media outlet that is well positioned, I guess you will know whom to reach out and ask for help. But if you are an individual or small media, local media outlet in a remote part of the country, I guess it will kind of not necessarily imply that you know where to find your way through all this labyrinths and mess. On the meso level, and this is where I think the coalition kicks in, and all the other coalitions within the project, and not only this coalition, but there is also a coalition run by Sharon Byrne, which is called Digital Rights, SEE coalition. So all of these are actually, I think, the future ways of dealing or working with and collaborating with platforms. Because not long ago, we were often pushed in the rooms with these actors in all good faith and bona fide, but with a problem of lack of this balance of powers, right? Like what we were able to, first of all, we had difficulties of actually articulating our needs and prioritizing them. Secondly, we had issue of actually how we communicate with them, right? Like what we can expect from this cooperation, what are we bringing in, what kind of leverage we have in these conversations. So all the questions that still the coalition needs to respond for themselves, but also all the other coalitions, right? So that we actually present ourselves in a more unified and a more kind of a consistent and systematic way. And then on a micro level, and I'll stop here, you have trusted flaggers, fact checkers, all different kind of assistants of the companies, basically, because they are doing the job for the companies or on behalf of, right, at the end of the day. Internews research, a huge one on the global level, actually has recently been published and actually showed that there is a big issue with the trust with trusted flaggers. And and I mean, you can speak from your own experience, I can speak from the experience of others who share their concerns, that it doesn't necessarily imply that there is a good way of cooperation, and then at the end of the day, literally, are we still going to deal with a certain pieces of content in a vast number of problematic content, right? Then, according to one amazing scholar, Evelyn Doig, she basically explained this by saying, we are trying to save the boat from sinking by taking the water out with a teaspoon. And this is actually what we are doing in the case with the trusted flaggers fact checks. Yes, it can be done massively, but does not necessarily touches the roots of the problem. And this is where I think the coalition or coalitions or any other networks with the multi-stakeholder, primarily non-state actor, ideally within the region composition, could actually help us actually understand this a bit more on a larger scale, not only on this micro one piece of content here and there. That's not gonna take us anywhere.
But even that appears to be a huge issue and a challenge for us. I think that both Feja and you referred to this recent case that happened in Bosnia and Herzegovina. I was thinking whether to bring it up or not because it's a very, very heavy and difficult story, but one that really highlights the urgency of the need to improve ways social media companies respond to requests from civil society organizations. The case was a horrific case of femicide that took place in Bosnia and Herzegovina. A man killed his partner or wife live on Instagram stories, and in spite number of different steps taken by civil society organizations and authorities, it took over 3 hours for Meta to remove the content, the actual footage of killing of a woman in online space. Then the video lingered for I don't know how long on TikTok, and it's probably still alive somewhere on some problematic online applications. That was the one moment where we realized how little influence we have over social media companies, because that is something that had to be removed within minutes. And we didn't know whether, we are waiting for someone in, I don't know, San Diego to wake up to see all these alerts coming from Bosnia that some content is problematic and that it needs to be removed instantly, or someone else who actually understands the context, understands what is happening in Bosnia, is on it at the moment as it was happening. So this is just one example of the need to remove problematic content, but the issues are quite broader, as Bojana said. A question for Lucas now. So Lucas is from TikTok, and basically all our efforts and the reasons why we have come together are to reach people like Lucas in companies like TikTok to help us improve online sphere and space. So to start with, Lucas, how does TikTok at this moment actually cooperate, if it does, with civil society? We are most interested about this region, but if there are some examples that you think that we can look up to from global perspective, how does it work? You can use my mic.
All right, thanks. First of all, thank you for inviting us. I think that it's a great thing to be here because we always try to extend our networks of the partners that we are cooperating with and the dialogue that we have with. And it seems that very often this is, the way how one reach another person is based on the personal contact that happens during this kind of event that we are attending right now. So those conferences are really important. Just to tell you the story how I've ended up on the stage, it happened due to my presence in the Albanian conference where my business cards were later on passed to the UNESCO person working in Brussels, who contacted me to come here and then joined me with you and the coalition. So it always works fine. But going back to your question, we have different cooperation models in TikTok. You might, if I were to enumerate them, I would start, for example, with what was mentioned, the Trusted Flaggers program. So it's like the cooperation with civic society organizations around the content moderation. We give a number of the partners in the region. I'm going to speak about my region, so the CE region. The right to have a direct contact with our trust and safety team and to report the content that they feel is against our guidelines and also against the national law. The second cooperation type that we have, it's also around our guidelines and policies. We do not shape the guidelines that help the community of the TikTok to exist and to also, that help also our platform to be a safe place for them to be by ourselves. We always invite the consultation process organizations, civic society organizations. The last round of the consultations with those organizations involved more than 100 of them. So the guidelines are shaped in cooperation with the civic society organizations. We also cooperate with the NGOs in terms of expertise. We very often ask NGOs to provide us with some kind of expertise that they have on a given topic, on a given region, or on a given country or a specific group as well. We have advisory councils, so those are like specific bodies which deal with given issues, like for example the Safety Council. There are a number of them created for each of the regions to which we invite the experts on online safety, for example, just to refer to this. Very often we cooperate with the NGOs, let's call it like this, also when we have the media literacy projects, which happen online, but also out of the app. I'm happy also to inform you that next year we are going to have a media literacy project in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and we'll be looking for a partner for this cooperation, for example. But we've already done it on a number of the markets, and we are like slowly extending the program, through the region. It's happening. We also, to give you like some more concrete examples of what, for example, we've cherished during the last year. We had a problem, for example, with defining the bank of the worlds, for our machines that were helping to find some of the content that we think might be harmful for our users. In terms of some of the words that are being used locally, we simply ask, local experts, also including civil society organizations, to help us to shape those banks of the words. We, in Poland, for example, there was a great initiative started by one of the actual media outlets. It's a different kind of a platform. It's called wykop.pl. And they've started to working with a national research institution, and they provided a database of more than 24,000 removed content that they have classified as a disinformation. This was prepared in a specific format, which was later on sent in a format of a file to all the platforms. And thanks to this, we were able to feed our, machine learning process, for example, with this material. But they've just started. They have 25,000 of those informations, gathered, but they are aiming at 700,000. So this is going to be like a huge database of the information for us and for our systems also to work with this material. So this is like a kind of the cooperation that is like really important for us, and the ways how we see the partners helping us, to ensure the safety environment online for our community. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. In terms of your efforts in this region, are there, when you say that you have all these programs that work on establishing cooperation with CSOs and so on and so forth, are there people proactively working in this region to find us, organizations like, I don't know, Media Center and others? Are there like, I don't know, acting like some satellites looking to connect and looking to improve things? Or are you actually kind of waiting for us to reach out to you, to knock on your door and say, okay, this is what we know, this is what is happening, here we are with our expertise, this is what we have to offer to you to improve some policy, I don't know, policy level thinking in TikTok?
I think that both ways of contact work fine for us. As you can see, the second one was used to have me here with you today and to have this discussion, but the first one also exists. Very often we, looking for the partners proactively, also for some kind of the, so to say, ad hoc projects. It's not always about, having a constant cooperation, but also for the ad hoc projects. For example, right now we are, proactively looking for the organizations who are already on TikTok, who are Serbian organizations who are fighting against disinformation for our program connected with the upcoming elections and the electoral center that we are going to establish on the platform. So it looks like in a different way, but we have within our trust and safety team in Dublin, we have a team which is called a partnership team, and we have even one person who is like dedicated to this region, and he is looking for those partnerships proactively. I was allowed by him to give contact details to him, so if anyone is interested, I can share it with you, because he has this experience of cooperating with the NGOs. He also informed me, and this might be also, interesting for you, that he has made a number, that he has sent a number of emails with the requests for the meetings also to organizations in this region, but the response rate was quite low, surprisingly. So it's not always that we do not do anything, but it's also about getting the response, yeah. So this is how it looks like, more or less.
Okay, thank you. You said one person, right? For the partnerships. Okay, it's not enough for us. I have to say, it's not enough. Issues are many. The time is running really fast in this conversation. I'm not sure we're even going to have time enough to go through the questions that we prepared, and we still have to leave some time for the questions from the audience. Some of the most important things to tackle, I will try to speed up the pace. So, Bojana, what is it that civil society or coalitions such as ours, what can we ask from social media giants? Understanding that they're private companies, and understanding that in some ways, you mentioned it already, a lot of these programs that are set right now, like trusted flaggers and stuff like that, it seems like we are already doing the work for social media companies. We are offering our knowledge, our time, investing so much to improve environment that it's important to us, but then again, it's in the mandate of basically private companies. What can we ask social media giants to do? What are the areas of cooperation that seem most urgent and important?
So it's always important to understand that it's a two-way street. So it doesn't work only from us requesting, and it's also not the other way around for them to kind of lean on the expertise from the region and kind of extract it. So it's a two-way street, and it's supposed to be based on trust and on respect. There is some, like, despite the power disbalance, there are also kind of ethics of care that we need to kind of be aware of, in a way of like understanding each other's position and not diminishing them as a way of like, as we used to do within the NGO sector, being very prudent not to get into these conversations. Because for many, many years, we were pushed in these rooms without a lot of understanding of how the systems within these corporations work. And that's actually what has been really amazing within the coalition, because we had at least one meeting with a person who is in charge of this region from Facebook. I mean, more or less, we all know her by now. But she was the the first one to kind of map out for us the terrain on which departments within Meta cover what kind of issues, and where we all started with, you remember, with the first question, how many content moderators are covering Bosnia and Herzegovina, right? And she was like, you need to kind of stop asking me this question, because it doesn't really matter, because all of these things are fragmented in different departments, right? So there is like this and that who covers dangerous people and dangerous organizations, and there is this and that covers that. And this is a thing that first we need to, to answer your question, we first need to understand like who and does what and how the technology and infrastructure facilitate these processes. Second, we need to understand what kind of questions we can expect from these AIs, algorithms, and infrastructures that they can give to us. Maybe I remember the last time I was asked to help in one situation, I got a response back. It might be a typical template response. I don't know, right? Because we don't know much about it. Like basically saying, well, the technology itself was not geared to give this kind of responses, right? So we need to understand, to touch and feel, get the gist on what kind of questions and how they need to be formulated so that we can get the response. And third, and most important, before we get into any conversation, we need to understand what are we trying to tackle. So if I may kind of put on the table or somewhere there in the air, in the case of Bosnia, I think it's often within our own mandate and responsibility to articulate our needs. I like saying our needs, and one of them is for sure on one of the priorities always has to be denial of genocide and glorification of war crimes. And this is like a most flagrant. Like there is no discussion there whether it's like a moment of like where all this kind of tests that we so diligently try to apply in the cases of assessing whether certain pieces of content are in violation of Bosnian constitution, but also including policy of the companies. At least maybe there is this one little piece that we can all agree that needs to be maybe tailored in the conversations as a priority issue. And then also others, like there are like so many cases of different forms of gender-based violence, intersectionality in that approach, understanding of safety from an intersectional and not community practice perspective. It's broader than that, right? So many different things, but three that I said are really important. Understanding who does what in the companies so that we know with whom we talk about which things. Second, what kind of questions we can ask to get the right responses instead of just being like, how many moderators, right? I know. Now we know that's not the path to take. And third, how we articulate our needs. What are our needs that are and in the coalition especially, there are different organizations coming from different human rights perspectives, covering different issues. We have media, we have academics, we have upcoming EU regulations. So all of these different patchworks need to kind of be put together and see, okay, this is the priority. And then, of course, we can always learn from the others. Maybe we can find a way to join one of these meetings where the huge number of NGOs, and basically, as I said many, many times, plug in Bosnia into this globe of processes with all their expertise and diversities are really necessary in this usually very homogenic Nordic West-led frameworks. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucas wanted to say something in response to what you said.
Yeah, I just wanted to add what you said about to whom contact, that it's not very easy, of course, I mean, to find the right people to speak to. So that is why always in the companies there are like those people which are helping, you know, you to get and to reach the best experts that we have within the company. Because as you've mentioned, there are so many areas where there are experts responsible for this region, like risk assessment, like, I don't know, account verification, then moderation, partnerships. I mean, Adam is just from the partnerships. Media labeling process, for example, covert influence, I mean, fighting against terrorism. I mean, in each of these departments, there is always a person which is dedicated to the region, yeah? So, but there are always like people like me, for example, or like Adam, who are here for you, I mean, to contact us, and then later on introduce you to the company and explain to you who will be the best person to contact with within the organization.
Just a quick question, actually, like how often and how, is it like on a daily level that you deal with the issues coming from the region? Like, give us some kind of understanding of the dynamics of the work when it comes to the region. Like, we know from Meta that it's quite often, given their wide usage and presence in the region. What about TikTok? Like, do you guys actually work on a daily basis? Do you get a lot of reports from CSOs, from individuals? Just give us an understanding of that. It would be interesting to understand a bit more.
Yeah, okay, of course our penetration in the market is not so big, so we cannot compare ourselves to, to Meta. But still, I mean, the numbers and the penetration is not so high. But basically, yes, there are people who are working on a daily basis with the, you know, regions and with this region as well, like with the issues that are also reported to us. I know that from the partnerships that I can, I mean, tell you from the region that we have, that we've got, that we also have the permission of the an organization that we cooperate with, I mean, to speak openly about our cooperation. For example, Albanian Children's Rights Center is one of those institutions that we cooperate on a daily basis in terms of the moderation of the content. So, so there are like this kind of the cooperations that we already have in the region. Unfortunately, we cannot speak about all of them openly because of the confidentiality issues and the contracts that we have. Some of the NGOs, they do not also want us to inform about this cooperation, but it's happening and it's taking place.
Thank you, Bojana, for asking that question. It seems important. From what I can collect from the conversation so far is that we are still in this whole very important issue on the level of someone knows someone somewhere, and we are very down to personal connections. Someone happens to have someone's business card, and these are still the main kind of driving wheels of the cooperation. This is something that we are trying to change with establishing the coalition. We are trying to somehow impose ourselves as the go-to place for the Western Balkans region. We're only just beginning. I hope that we will have some success in that. It wouldn't be possible without UNESCO stepping up on our behalf and reaching out to these companies and connecting them with us. We talked about many different things. Bojana, you already mentioned some about the things that we as organizations need to know. Some of the reasons, Feja mentioned them this morning, that we as coalition have been established is to actually address some of the issues. I want to mention also the issue of understanding legislative surrounding. So in Bosnia, we have a situation where people actually making the laws are not necessarily well acquainted with all the trends, with everything that is happening. So it's not just that civil society lacks knowledge on what is about the trends, about the ways of establishing cooperation. It's very important that the coalition offers at the same time and pulls in decision makers, policy makers, lawmakers, so that they understand what is happening. So a question for Feja is, do you think that we have right now in Bosnia what it takes to make this happen? You know the coalition, you know our assembly, you know our system. Do you think that, is it realistic that we set such high-end goal for ourselves to not just influence social media companies to educate the public, but also to do this important work on, you know, elevating the level of knowledge among our lawmakers?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's let's say I'm optimistic in a sense because there is an interest from the policymakers that they look modern, even though they're as regressive as
always.
yeah, as a whatever, like a bacteria. But I think they want to change something. The problem with our relationship with social media is that there's so much conspiracy around it in a sense. So like everyone thinks they're out to get us and stuff like that. So like one of the reasons why the response rate for TikTok was so low is because we cannot believe there's a person that actually reaches out to us. That is one of the issues with not only TikTok but all the major tech companies or social media companies, that we don't actually know who works for them, which is fine. I mean, I don't have to know the whole HR system, but there is no like any name out there that we know that we can verify on a web page that actually is there. So whenever someone like reaches out to me, I have to first of all, well, in my case, I would go into a header of an email, check the header of an email, metadata, but we cannot expect that from anyone else in that sense. And the domains are usually different. So even for Facebook, the domain name for email is different, and this causes a lot of issues in that sense. So I think that's something that social media companies will have to work on, or that we at least we have these contact details for all the companies in a sense. So at least if someone asks us, okay, is this legitimate, that we can say it is, because like I mentioned this yesterday, on a daily level, people ask me like, is this legit or not? So that's the basic part of my work that I didn't expect, nor did I want to do, is looking at screenshots usually and asking people, please click on that arrow and show me the email address. So I can see at least if that's the first point where I can see if it's legit or potentially legitimate email that you received from Meta, because there's a lot of spam on Meta. Whatever, you violated this, you violated that, click here, and then the domain is like a mile long, but people don't see it. And the good thing is that they're so afraid that they don't want to click it. So we're on this side of the community that we are trying to protect and serve and work with is so afraid right now that they don't want to click on anything, which I think is at this point better than clicking on everything. But so that's something where we will also have to work with the politicians. Like the recent case of hacking of the Parliamentary Assembly of Bosnia and Herzegovina everyone is laughing about it because of that sign on the door saying like, please don't turn on the computer. The network has been hacked or something. But it was very comic in a sense, but it was the only way to tell people like, don't touch the thing that is in front of you, otherwise you'll make more, because someone obviously clicked something on it. So I think we will probably have to work more apart from with the social media companies, with our policy makers, particularly parliamentary assembly assemblies, in that sense, but let's say at least Bosnia and Herzegovina Assembly, then the entity assemblies, and it will make our job difficult, but just to help them, that they show also that they're doing something, because right now the only thing they're doing is ranging from, oh, I know this, my kids are on this, and to okay, they hate us. Like the usual narrative is the social media company is so knowledgeable about us that they want to destroy us, and they don't even know we exist. So these are all the things that we have to deal with. I am a bit skeptical. We'll see what will happen on the local elections next year in Bosnia and Herzegovina, who the power balance might change. but I think we have like an option now to tell them like, okay, you have to do this. We cannot do this work for you. Because when the femicide in Gradacas happened, I spoke to this colleague of mine in Meta, and he told me like, listen, it's like the government needs to step up in this case, because we have good relationship with German government or other governments that actually are guiding us into prescribing and changing our policies towards the country that is our market and that they represent. And that's easier for us, because then we don't have to think, okay, is this legal, is it not, and so on. So the diplomatic effort needs to step up, and the policy level on that side. Unfortunately, I don't think we have that strength within the government, and the coalition will have to step up also and guide them in this process. UNESCO, of course, has its role in this, because they have a stronger relationship with some ministries within the government. So there are chances for us to penetrate this bubble on one side of our policymakers, and on the other side, the bubble of not knowing who actually should we reach. And I will finish with this. The problem with this is that not even people I don't know about TikTok, but I know about Meta, don't know always which department should they reach in cases when I contact them and ask them, okay, there's this issue, how can we solve it? So they have to navigate within the system, and very often, well, not very often, but every once in a while, the request comes back to them, and then they have to kind of go through the OOPS system in case of Meta, and find out, okay, so it's this department, because no one returns the information and says, okay, it's not me, it's them. They just say it's not us. So.
Thank you for answering that. So it sounds like we are one very ambitious coalition, given the number of issues that we have on different sides of this story, ranging from trust, that is maybe the most difficult thing to tackle, to the knowledge, to the structures of companies, to the knowledge on behalf of even civil society and policymakers. Do we have any questions from audience before we conclude the session, because the time is that we have 6 more minutes for the panel? Yes, there is a question.
Thank you. It's not quite a question, it's more of a remark. It's that these questions of content moderation and what efforts we can expect from platforms to make, and how do platforms collaborate with civil society, with state institutions, are like, basically this is the exact right time to ask these questions. In my experience, like in the European Union, this was just one of the major subjects being studied, and so there's a lot of cooperation between different state entities, different regulators, different civil society actors, and private actors like platforms. So I think there's just a global movement being done in this area, and so I'm sure you'll also find partners elsewhere, especially in the EU, and I think also likely a willingness, not exactly a willingness, but more like private actors are used to being asked these questions nowadays, and so I'm pretty sure there's a global movement going in this direction. So I'm pretty optimistic for you. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much. I'm glad that we share some optimism this early in the morning. Usually conversations about Bosnia don't hold much, very huge amount of optimism within. I remember that film about Facebook, and that famous sentence when Mark is talking to this lady, and she asks him what he's up to, and he says, "I'm checking out how things are going in Bosnia," and she says, "Yeah, Bosnia, they don't have roads, but they have Facebook." So this is kind of where we're not much better on the roads generally, but in terms of we might be a bit better with understanding how Facebook works and how what kind of role they play nowadays in our lives. Do we have some more questions from the audience? Okay, I will give you some more time before we conclude the conversation. If someone thinks of something important to say or ask, let us know. Before we end, Melissa, I wanted to ask you about these other countries where the project is implemented. So how far are they? Is there anything that you can highlight as, you know, as a good example to kind of underpin this optimism in the room? Is there something happening important that is worth mentioning in these other places where project is implemented?
Yes, I mean, exactly in the countries that we've mentioned that are part of the project. I mean, obviously there's an example in Kenya, which we know about. They have set up also a national coalition for freedom of expression and content moderation. They're a bit more advanced in their work and their activities when it comes to the global project. And they have recently had examples, positive examples of working with their government institutions, contacting the social media companies. And I know that, for example, in Kenya, there's also representatives from other social media companies as well, which is kind of easier for them. Bosnia, as you've mentioned before, did not or does not have yet that. Yes. But I guess what I wanted to say on that subject is that, and we've talked about this here, and also a colleague from the audience has mentioned this, and I would like to also add on to the global discussions. I don't think we've mentioned the language, which is really important when it comes to the use of social media. This is why UNESCO is trying to work specifically with social media companies to actually localize. This is very important, to localize their policies, their guidelines, the media literacy documents, media literacy campaigns. I know in Bosnia and Herzegovina we will have a campaign with Meta in the next month or so, which is educating the general public about what Meta can do and how you can report if you notice something online that is hate speech or discriminatory, how you can actually report that. All of this exists already in English, but it is not always very helpful for the general public in a lot of countries. So this is one important step for UNESCO as well to work on this. I will stop here. I don't know if Bojana, you want to mention something on that subject. But for content moderation, this is very important because you need to have people that understand a local language, for example.
Also one of the underlying reasons to establish a coalition is not only to ask from social media companies, we want this, we want that, remove this or remove that. One of the reasons is also that there's amount of knowledge within these local organizations about the context, about the language, and this is something that we have to offer to social media companies for them, not just to improve, as you said, these tiny things like removing this piece of content or that, but just developing, more profoundly and more sensible policies that do take into account knowledge of local context, local, some specific things. In countries like Bosnia, it's probably more difficult than some other places in the world. But there's a lot to know, and if anyone out there is listening as well from social media companies, there's a volume of research done by civil society organizations, not just in Bosnia, but also across the region. Volume of knowledge gathered on different aspects of online environment, information, harmful narratives, way they impact elections. Broad topics are covered by civil society organizations, and one of the ways for social media companies to actually benefit from this is to reach out to us at some point and benefit from this immense volume of work that is already done by civil society organizations. One thing we didn't mention, and I promised Bojana I would ask her and help her put that in a little bit of context, is do you think that Digital Service Act is now one of the main winds blowing in our direction and helping us actually impose these issues? Would all these things be actually happening if not were for that one very major accomplishment on the EU level?
Actually, I have to say that I'm in a very different ways involved in the DSA. How they call it in the European Commission, spillover effect on the non-EU countries or that have expressed desire to join the EU. But let me just actually shine the light on an amazing initiative that was actually done by Zašto ne during the, and I think you were there also during the it was called Berlin Process. I don't know what's the name now. It was run by the OSF. Last November, October was held in Tirana. And as a part of that initiative, almost like 80 people / experts / people of knowledge were actually interviewed to understand the level of readiness and the level of openness of different institutions / non-state actors in relation to the upcoming regulation, DSA regulation. So as you know, I won't go into details explaining what the DSA is about. We heard all of us so many times on so many different conferences. So at this point, I think we are good to go. But let's try to understand like what we don't understand yet and what we are trying, especially through this paper that I think really did a great job for all of us. It's kind of finally to avoid the mistakes that we made before in the process of implementation or harmonization or alignment with other directives. Last example being AVMSD in Serbia that made a whole new level of mess in the media space, in the media landscape, in the media legislative framework. So to avoid that and many other little explosions, legal explosions that were happening on the way of alignment, this paper that was published as a part of this this conference and this whole process actually asks for a very clear and very straightforward things. For one of them would be, and I'm just basically citing what's already in the paper, is like to kind of ask for a direct and imminent implementation of the DSA in a way that allows for better chances of cooperation or direct work with VLOPs and FLOPs, as they're referred to, like big tech companies in the DSA. And for me, what was really the most important part is actually that the DSA actually has a provision on the digital coordinator, and the biggest question, at least from the perspective of the region we have, is going to be one institution, be it RAC in Bosnia or National Regulatory Authority like in many other countries, or a completely different new body or institution or whatever, but it's only state-led, right? And this paper and this whole group of 80 experts that were interviewed, they all kind of came to agreement that we actually need a multi-stakeholder digital coordinator body that will actually do this important job that is delegated to them under the DSA. I guess this paper and this whole process actually finally helped us get to the point where how we should represent and advocate in the future when it comes to DSA, be it within the coalition, be it within the individual organizations within the coalition, be it like a freelancer, consultants who work for different organizations, be it as a UNESCO or whatever. I think at some point, and that's something that we're going to try to do with the OSCE mission to Serbia media department, is to have one more round of conversations with all different actors that on different levels engage in a way with the DSA implementation and alignment in the region, and kind of a push for a more unified voice, because sooner or later we will be all part of this board of digital currency at the European level that's supposed to mimic EPRA and ERGA, for those who know a bit about the kind of institutional or cross-country institutional cooperation. You will notice that all of our countries will be there. It matters who is representing us there. If it is like a state institution with such a heavy lift of authoritarianism, it actually literally sends a signal on what could happen, right? So it's really important that now, before we still have time, is to kind of coordinate our advocacy efforts when it comes to DSA towards European Commission, towards the state authorities, towards the companies, and towards each other, right? As on a horizontal level. So I think it looks complex. And it's not easy, but if this paper already kind of sets the stage for it, so we really don't have to go much further into the research and further mapping or whatever. It's already in there, let's just act and on it, right? And kind of pick up where someone else has started as good feminists.
Thank you so much. It seems like that is one big and very important piece of the puzzle, setting the context in which we are working as a coalition. So to conclude this conversation, I will just share briefly that the coalition in Bosnia intends to build its like a small website to make sure that what we do is fully transparent, that anyone interested can follow up on our initiatives and on the work that we are doing. We are planning a lot of capacity building work intended for members themselves, but also for our lawmakers, for policymakers, to kind of bring them on board and to develop different ways of cooperation with social media companies and tech giants, which is going to be an exciting and challenging road, but it seems that the optimism that we shared this morning in this room has some actual grounds. Thank you all so much for joining us this morning. Thank you for coming all the way to Zagreb to participate in this panel, and I wish us all basically a good luck for the work that is ahead of us. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. All right. This next session is designed to be an open discussion with the audience. So please participate. Just raise your hand. We'll give you the microphone. Be active. We'd love to hear your feedback, and it is very important. With that, let me invite Leah Kashpar to the stage. So it's almost like a brainstorm, so no stupid questions or ideas here, just be active.
Hi, I'm Leah. Is that okay? Hi, everyone. Good morning. I think we're going to start in a second. Olga is helping me out. My name is Leah Kashpar. I'm here to lead the next session. I see some familiar faces in the audience, which is nice. I heard the party last night was fun, which is why we have only a third of the participants in the room. I'm going to try to keep your attention for the next half hour. It's really great to be here at SEEDIG this year in Zagreb, which is my hometown as well. So it's quite nice to see the internet governance community come to Croatia. The session that I'll be taking us through for the next half hour is, as I understood it, is going to be kind of a brainstorming session. So I'm going to be counting on the active participation of the audience as well. Don't be scared. I'll lead you through a couple of questions, and we have roaming mics there as well for the audience. The session we'll be discussing today is what I'll be doing is introducing a set of principles. They're called a set of principles called the Donor Principles for Human Rights in the Digital Age. I'll give a little bit of an introduction into what the principles are, and then I have a couple of questions or how well you see that they might be relevant for this region and this community. Perhaps in the way of background. As I said, my name is Leah Kashpar. I run Global Partners Digital. We're a human rights organization that's based in the UK, but we work globally. And one of the things that we do is run the Secretariat for the Freedom Online Coalition. Now, the Freedom Online Coalition, I have my colleague Nusha here as well. She'll be handing out some papers to all of you. And the Freedom Online Coalition is an intergovernmental coalition of 38 countries that seek to promote human rights online. So they've been since their founding in 2012, they've been working hard diplomatically and through their local networks to seek ways in which we can ensure that human rights underpin the development, use, and governance of digital technologies. Now, one of the things that the FOC, so FOC is the abbreviation for the Freedom Online Coalition, have decided to do this year under the chairship of the US, so the US government is chairing the coalition this year, is as part of the program of action. They've decided to look at what's going on with the donor community, and they've identified the trend of having increasing commitments from donors around the world to implement programs that relate to digital tech, so how digital technologies are being used, deployed, and in an effort to increase coordination among donors, they decided to develop a set of principles for donors in an effort to support kind of the FOC vision, which is to promote human rights online in this community and in this context. So, Nusha, would you mind handing out the principles for people? You already have, great. So and you can see them on the screen here as well. And now it's a set of 9 principles that the coalition partners have developed. And I don't know if we can put them up. And what's happened now is that we've gone through the process of developing these, and the next steps for the coalition and coalition partners is to look at what happens now. And that means how do you implement them? Obviously, moving from principles to implementation is possibly the hardest thing that's happening, and the coalition is currently looking at ways to do that in different regions. Now, maybe briefly to kind of go over and give you some examples of what the principles are. You can see them on the screens and in front of you. Let's say the first one, the first principle is to support partner countries to align their legal and regulatory frameworks and technical standards with international human rights considerations. Another one, I don't want to go through all of them, but you can have a look yourselves. For instance, number 7, how to support the growth of a rights-respecting technology workforce. Another one, number 5, prioritize digital inclusion. There's also the principle that seeks to collaborate with private sector and to drive rights-respecting investment and innovation and to advance these shared goals. Now, the principles themselves also have each principle has a little bit of an elaboration, so if you kind of want to have a look at that, and you can have a look at what exactly is meant by each of them. Now, what I was asked to do and kind of wanted to have a conversation with you all here today is how does this, if at all, hi Desiree, hey. How, if at all, this is relevant for this community. Now, one thing to say is that the Freedom Online Coalition, if you look at the list of members, the 38 members that we have right now, don't really include a lot of countries from the region, right? So I think Olga and I were talking about this earlier. We have Moldova and Georgia as members of the coalition, but and in thinking about what the relevance is to have a set of principles for donors for this community is not necessarily as relevant for the countries here, in as much as they are donors themselves, but mostly implementers potentially, or I want to say beneficiaries of donor programs. And I wanted to kind of see, how you see potentially that these principles could be used, and who are they relevant for, and how do they relate to the situation on the ground. I guess I'm going to stop here in way of overview and see if there's any kind of general questions on what this is. And then I really kind of want to hear from you of what you think the relevance is for this region. Maybe just also to say the next step is going to be implementation. So the FOC will be looking at ways to then encourage donor coordination, to seek commitments from countries to sign up to these commitments, and then also how to integrate them internally in their programming. So if you think about the US government, for instance, it's been the USAID who have been leading this process within the coalition, and they've been trying to coordinate with other donor entities within different countries to seek how they can talk to each other and coordinate better to ensure that the different programs and kind of funding that's being dispensed around the world is aligned with human rights, but also coordinated. We've heard and we've run a couple of sessions at the Global IGF in Kyoto a couple of weeks ago to kind of seek input from the global community on this, and some of the feedback that we got was interesting already and had to do a lot with ensuring relevance for the local communities to be able to implement and benefit from programming that different donors are dispensing and distributing around the world. I want to see I'm going to stop talking now and see if there are any immediate reactions to this, and I appreciate that maybe I've kind of dropped this on you. You haven't seen the principles before, but I'm sure that you've all in some way been impacted by various donor programs. Yeah, I'd love to kind of get your take on this and how this is relevant, and that's going to be my first question to you all. Like, how do you see the relevance of something like this here? Does anyone have a reaction or thoughts? If I'm going to kind of see what the immediate reactions are. I'm going to pick on Olga as well if I don't see kind of any reactions immediately. I have our colleague in the back with mics who can just give me a show of maybe a show of hands. I have someone here. Do I?
Yeah. Hello, Lea.
Oh my God.
It's been a while. I just have a short question.
Would you mind if, just introducing yourself for everyone? Maybe you all know each other already, but just for the benefit of those, I think we also have online.
So I'm once again, for those who joined us for the first time today, I'm Due Perkut from Politiscope, co-host of the event. I just wanted to ask the question. For the last couple of years, I've noticed that there actually is increased sort of coordination among donors, at least within the EU and especially within the digital rights arenas. So what do you think the impact of this document could be? So is this already happening, or is there actually a need to increase this? It feels a bit driven by the US side, because they're the ones who would benefit the most of having a clear perspective on what everybody is doing and trying to coordinate with everybody, because they have so many funds and they try to be present in all the areas. So is this basically happening for the last couple of years already, at least in the EU?
Mm-hmm. Is there any other question that I'll come back to and see if I can answer? Mm-hmm. Yes. Do you mind introducing yourself?
Hi, I'm Maya from Slovenia, from Danes je nov dan, a Slovenian NGO. So you asked for first reaction and comments, and my first reaction is we often have to work with the Slovenian government when it is in a position of a donor, especially when especially in terms of how it gives money for tech development. Because a lot of times what we see is that they are using money for non-profit, aimed at non-profit sector, but by giving that money for tech development, it actually just goes into private tech corporations. And often then what kind of things are being funded? Often priorities are on funding like digital tools, which then creates a lot of digital waste because these tools aren't sustainable. There's not a lot of thinking about what happens 2 years after the funding runs out. So my first reaction to you is, I'm not sure this is even relevant for this kind of work, but for sure we're always looking for what is everyone else doing to kind of tell the government, look, this is really something that you should reconsider. Also, and I'm now just giving examples so sustainability, who the money goes to, open source, transparency as some of the principles that we are kind of trying to push on our government as a donor, and how we're always looking for international standards to help us with that.
I mean, yeah, it's good to hear. I don't see any other immediate, so I'm going to come to Duez's question first. First of all, who's been involved within the FOC? What they've done first is establish something called the Funding Coordination Group to help develop these principles. The US are the chair of the coalition, but they worked very closely and led this process together with the Canadian government and IDRC, which is a kind of research center within the Canadian government that provides funding support to research projects specifically. And what they've tried to do then through the FCG, this is the Funding Coordination Group, is get other FOC governments to share their views on challenges that they've had as donors. And in a lot of the cases, the governments that we have in the coalition will mostly be donors, rather than, although there's a mix of global majority and global north countries in the coalition itself. I don't necessarily, I can see where you're coming from, but maybe it's a cynical view kind of on the kind of US approach. I think the effort that this has been driven, the motivation to develop these principles is from a genuine need by these donor agencies and foreign bilateral and multilateral assistance to understand how best to get the most out of the funding that they are providing. And part of the problem that they've identified is precisely the fact that different agencies, two things I'll say, different agencies are funding, are not necessarily coordinated within the government, and then they're not necessarily talking to other governments in terms of what they're funding, which creates duplication of efforts, lack of alignment, and potentially other problems as well. So in terms of what the impact could be, is educating the donors on kind of what already exists to improve coordination. I'll give you one example. Like one of the my organization, GPD, receives funding from multiple donors. And one of the things we do is provide then grants to our partners in different countries. And we've often seen that, some of our partners on the ground, I'll give you one example, for instance, in Kenya, we've learned that there are multiple donors funding the same group to do the same thing, and not necessarily aligning on kind of what's happening. So I would say that, and this is kind of the aim of the principles, is to improve that coordination. I think that's beneficial not just for donors to improve the way that they can achieve their goals through their funding and programming, but also for implementers, because that can ensure that donors kind of follow a set of principles. In this case, the point is to have human rights underpin anything, which goes to the second question that I think Maya was mentioning. I would say, I think there is potentially benefit from having something like this, because it anchors advocacy that groups that receive funding can then talk to their governments and say, like, hey, this is how you should be doing it, and these are the principles that you should abide by. And it's very aligned with what you were saying, in my view at least. So human rights and sustainability, by the way, is one of the things that is meant to be encouraged by this. But I can hear your maybe hesitance in.
Well, there's no open source.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Open source mentioned kind of as a principle itself. Is that what you mean? Mm-hmm. That's interesting. One of the things that will happen next, as kind of we're thinking about implementing this, it's not that you take the principle and then move straight into kind of, and now what do we fund? What will need to happen is guidelines or some set of framework, to flesh this out. So Maya, this is really helpful in terms of thinking like what needs to be included in those frameworks for governments to then be able to implement. Olga, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and I also wanted just to briefly reflect on Dua's question as well. We had back in June during RightsCon the conversation among some of the donor governments with the civil society participation also, and it was, I don't think this is about benefiting some particular donor, including USAID, but it's more about them, as Leah mentioned, indeed to coordinate better between themselves, because For example, we at Internews also work a lot with implementing partners which are local organizations, and this is a terrible situation when local CSO is getting a small amount of money from different donors for a small period of time, and every donor is asking, do the same thing, but don't overlap, don't report the same activities on exactly the same issue, and also please achieve the maximum sustainability you can during the, I don't know, 5-6 months of implementation. And this is not possible, but that's the whole issue, that the donors should better talk between themselves before they actually provide this funding to local organizations. Otherwise, it is just local organizations, they need money, they run for this funding, but they are unable to achieve some miracles just because also of limited human resources. They just try to also comply with all the heavy reporting requirements, and then essentially nothing is changing. You just tick box these activities for different donors to be happy. So let's say if these principles are essentially moved into some concrete actions, I think that could help, but just have a hope that it's not going to be just another set of principles which will not lead to anything specific.
What would be your recommendation to avoid that, Olga? So to make it relevant, specifically here in this region, are there any specificities or challenges that should be taken into account?
In this region, I think also it is mostly that in every country there is one key organization which is working on these digital rights, internet-related issues, and then it's usually all the other smaller organizations, they have much more limited capacity to get engaged into this space. So I would say more coordination. You also don't need to make every civil society organization in every country expert in all digital things, but more like support building this capacity of local CSOs to work in this space, and so that they don't compete with each other for every single funding, but that they feel secure that the funding is coming and that they can somehow divide between themselves the spheres, let's say. You can't be expert in everything digital, but then it's good to have it in cooperation rather than competition between the local CSOs.
Thanks very much. Yeah, Des, I see a couple of hands. Let's take the questions and comments, and then I'll revert back. Maybe let's start with the gentleman in the back in the blue shirt. Hi.
Thank you. Hi, my name's Grant Baker. I work for Freedom House, but previously I worked for an organization called SMEX, which is much smaller and based in Lebanon. Yeah. I think I kind of echo some of Olga's thoughts here. Like, one of my concerns is, right, sometimes a donor will fund you for a project for way less money than you actually need to do it, so you get money from another donor to do similar things because that's the amount you actually need. So I think my concern is that, like, this type of coordination among donors could lead to less funding for small organizations that need it in the name of efficiency. And I think one concrete thing would be to encourage these donors to give more core funding, which they're currently very reluctant to do. And that would offset some of the concerns, I think, about donors just trying to give less in the name of efficiency. So that's just one thing that came to mind from the principles.
I have also personal views on that. I really agree with you, and we've seen that. I won't call on a specific donor, but we've seen this tendency in a couple of cases where a lot of the funding has as a way for donors to address kind of this, I want to say, the assumed problem of lack of coordination, is to then give money to big consultancies. So that there's been a tendency to do that, and we've actually seen a lot of foundations leaving the space to kind of focus on other issue areas, which has led to the decrease in core funding specifically for smaller organizations. But yeah, I want to go to the lady in the back.
Yeah, hi, thanks a lot for this. So, I have a lot of thoughts about...
Your name?
Sorry, Bojana, yeah, I was just in the previous panel, so I thought everybody kind of know me already. Yeah. So, as I said, I have a lot of thoughts about this. I've been in this field for as long as I know. So, like, one of the things is like siphoning knowledge, because donors, what they've been kind of having this driven topical obsessions, it was previously big data, now it's AI, and then we can, follow the genesis of donor-driven vocabularies in the globally, but also in the region. And most of the cases, and in many cases, it doesn't work here. These things doesn't not echo in authoritarian societies, and they often, not often, but almost as a rule, forget to look at what is already in there, in place, that it can be lifted up. And that's one of the most kind of things that kind of can drive me mad in these conversations with donors that I have, is like complete lack and oversight or ignorance of the local actual tools, mechanisms. In the case of online gender-based violence, oh my God, women have been working and living in this space for such a long time. Do you think we need a new app to deal with it, right? So these are the kind of things that I really wish we can actually continue this conversation. And also, I want to also kind of just to put highlight another initiative that is being currently run by the OECD in cooperation with the GFMD, which is Global Forum for Media Development. And they're working on something, I'll just read the name, Principles for Effective Media Assistance. And they're and I see a lot of overlap between what you're saying, but maybe you want to also coordinate with them when you're talking about coordination with the donors and everything, just to kind of, and then, I'm happy to continue the conversation after, because what Olga was mentioning is on the tip of the iceberg of all the things that need to be addressed in any future, if any at all, conversation with big donors, because, it hasn't been going so well. Yeah. Maybe money-wise, yes, but program-wise, not really.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned the media assistance principles. There's also principles for development aid more broadly. I can't remember what they're called, but I think it's Busan principles. Can't remember right now, but there's a different sets of principles actually, and already this exercise has been useful to surface the fact that there are efforts to coordinate happening already, and this has been a useful exercise as well. And maybe just to note, a lot of the countries that are members of the coalition are also members of the Media Freedom Coalition, which is another coalition focused specifically on media freedoms, and there's a lot of kind of conversation happening there, but that's a really good point. Desiree, did you want to come in? No? 4 feet? No, go ahead, please. Can we get a mic to Desiree over there?
Thank you, Leah. Yeah, Desiree Milosevic-Evans. Also spoke earlier yesterday. I just think this is a very good initiative in trying to coordinate and collaborate, so I can see where it's coming from, but I also like to support some of the views that I think were expressed earlier, and that is that you need to support a diversity of these civil society organizations and not pick winners. And also, I don't know whether there's a coordination between European donors and the US donors. I would think that there probably is some between GIZ and USAID and so forth. I think some of the organizations that I work with find it very difficult to apply to different funds, for example, with the German system, as opposed to the Anglo-American one, where they've been getting funds in terms of intricacies of achieving and working on the proposals. They're quite different in their approach. So I just wonder whether this group that is still working on these principles is actually looking at this on-the-ground issues, how to diversify the funding and how to support a wider network of organizations. Also, yes, as I said, not to choose big consulting.
Yeah, and there's another, so I think there's a twofold issue there. One is you want to avoid, say, the EYs, not that I have anything against the big consultancy firms, but exactly what you're saying. There's also the donor darlings. So over the past decade, and actually this is something in the development community that's happened a lot, where you have one organization in a country that then becomes the organization that everyone funds. That's also maybe back to Greg's point on wanting to avoid to also support a diverse range of groups on the ground, so it doesn't all go to a single, potentially elite organization, but that there are core linkages between those organizations and more grassroots groups. That's something that's been surfaced to us already. One thing I'll kind of note on that point, spurred by kind of what Desiree was saying, is we've seen, I lost my train of thought. I want to say, like, I agree with a lot of what's been said here. I want to see if there's kind of additional thoughts on, and yeah, feel free to just like jump in. This is not a very kind of structured conversation, as you can tell. Duja, yeah, go ahead. Maybe we can keep some of the mics, yeah, so that people can grab them as they kind of...
Yeah, just wanted to share a few thoughts on
Yeah.
how to make this document live in
Yes.
this area. So I imagine that the need for this document comes from an sort of honest and actual political will to spend funds efficiently. But I think that's something that might be lacking in our governments in the region. So, you know, Croatia has been like 7 or 8 years that we don't have a strategy for development of CSOs. We have shrinking civic space all across the Eastern European region. So in that sense, it might be valuable to, you know, establish direct lines of communication with specific governments or entities within the governments. Actually, you know, try to engage them in the long term. See, okay, let's see what you are funding, what you are doing today. What have you been doing for the last few years? Do you want to change? Do you want to upgrade? This is what these are the guidelines that we have. If you want to go on this path, we can support you. Because I'm not sure that there's even like a tender for any type of CSO activities dealing with digital rights or technology at the moment in Croatia. So I think that this document could be used to make some, you know, small changes with countries in the region, but coming from our perspective, this would be huge leaps.
Can I ask you, do you think there's scope to get countries in the region to, you know, to commit to these principles? Because that's one of the questions. So what the FOC wants to do now is explicit commitments by each of the governments in the coalition to say, like, hey, we commit to these principles and this is how we're going to be implementing them.
I mean, countries in the close region are in the negotiation process, so there's no problem to commit to anything. So if you have like a nice conference and ask them to commit to this, I think you'll be able to get it. But you know, in our region, you have to look at what's actually happening, and I would invest in some type of, you know, prolonged follow-up communication with these public donors in all of our states, and actually use the this you know, diplomacy and other facets of influence that already exist between Western countries and the peripheral countries of the EU or the USA and countries in the region. So just put it on the agenda in communicating with the relevant stakeholders in the country.
Monse, yeah. Can we get the mic? Go ahead, Monse.
Monse from GNI. So I think this is very interesting. I think what comes after is what worries me, the guidelines and frameworks for this, because as you know, I mean, USAID is like already putting a call out for a lot of money, where I think that is going to be really complicated, where people are going to get really aggressive, for lack of a better word for it. So I think that because there is like less money going around now, so I mean, these principles seem fine, but then I think that goes to Olga's point on implementation. Once you have the money, then how do you make it as easy as possible and have enough time to do that? I'm not sure if that could be included. Like the principles seem to be more on content, not on the how. And I get that each development agency is going to work differently, but I think that that's really going to be one of the keys with what comes next, if it could potentially be adopted into the principles, but I'm not sure if that's even possible.
I mean, the whole exercise that happens now after the principles have been developed is figure out precisely that. One of the ideas that we heard is precisely now to work on what those frameworks might look like. So I mean that's already kind of there on the agenda for this group at least. On your point that less money is going around, I think I would challenge that potentially. I think there's different types of funding coming into the space that has to link with digital tech that are maybe not the donors that we knew as parts of the digital rights community over the last 10 years. But for instance, now the development agencies are coming into the fold, and they have actually much bigger and larger budgets than some of the kind of smaller programmatic programs that we've seen fund this space. I think it's an opportunity, but also then a necessity to ensure that how donor and development aid is being targeted in a way, not targeted, but like deployed in a way that's then, in this case, underpinned by the principles and the experiences and lessons that we've learned from kind of funding this space over the last 10 to 20 years. I think that's going to be a challenge because, as you know, a lot of the development aid has been around for a very long time, so they have their own frameworks, they have their own templates, etc. So how do we then, especially for smaller organizations, that's a big lift. We've seen that happen with, for instance, not only with development aid, but for instance with EU funding. We know that some of our local partners aren't even able to apply for some of the big grants with the US government, with EU, because of the administrative burden that's placed on implementers. So that's one thing that is that's been raised as a question already, and a recommendation to seek how you could decrease that administrative burden. I mean, many of you will be familiar with kind of the tendency of donors to fund very short-term projects. You know, so you have a 3-month project with a very concrete policy impact that they want to achieve. They want to see a change in law or policy in a certain country. Meanwhile, with no commitment for a sustainable funding model for organizations on the ground. I think, yeah, anyway, this is kind of abusing my role as the moderator here, but it's certainly there's a lot still to be done to educate donors on the need for a strategic kind of sustainable long-term approach to funding and understanding what it means to build an ecosystem. So rather than focusing on outcomes, I have a very big issue, like as an implementer of a number of these programs, you know, where we have very stringent reporting requirements, I'll give you one example where we were implementing a program in Fiji. On cybersecurity, which is a really exciting thing. We were doing a pilot in the Pacific, seeking kind of input from working with local groups to identify the ways in which cybersecurity laws and policies can be developed in a rights-respecting manner. And the donor kind of asked us to go there and do a pilot. Not a pilot, sorry, a scoping study. And what we heard from the local community is like, can you please make donors stop doing scoping trips? Like, and you have all these like Western consultants and organizations coming into countries where you're like seeking and extracting information from local communities without actually any commitment to, anyway, sustained funding after that. So I very much agree with that. But yeah, I want to see if there's... we're hoping, just kind of to go back to the principles, and I know we have kind of run out of time, so I'm kind of looking at Olga here to see if we can go on for another couple of minutes. Is that okay? Yeah. So I'm going to kind of go seek another round if there are any thoughts that we can capture here before we close. Any other thoughts that people want to share? Concerns, recommendations as well? It would be useful. Do it. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
So when the rule of law started to be like the hot topic in EU, we had a lot of donors shifted to that, but yeah. It seemed to be that it might not be the best approach to have these like large grants at EU level, and then push all NGOs to seek these centralized funds. These are reserved for NGOs that have institutional capacity and are able to implement such projects. But what I was always missing was these small types of grants that would go to local communities, that would deal with the rule of law issues on local, regional level, deal with rule of law issues in different sectors, that would actually empower multitude of stakeholders and actors to deal with this issue. And I see that the Norwegian Active Citizen Fund does this through intermediary organizations. So we did some, unsuccessful lobbying or just talking to people from Brussels that maybe that would be a good approach, at least when it comes to rule of law, to have intermediate organizations who know what's happening on the ground, who are going to stay away from the scenario of developing a donor darling, who have a clear view of the CSO community, what's happening on the local and regional level. And it seems that these types of grants issued by intermediate organizations sort of best fit the needs and make the most outcome and impact. I'm not sure that this is also the case for digital rights, because these issues are a bit more general than, we can discuss them on a global level or at least on a regional level, and there's not that many things that are nation specific to these issues. But I think in terms of fostering the growth of the CSO sector within a country, I would explore that in future steps. I would suggest that in future steps you explore this intermediary approach, basically to find a partner organization that's going to join this venture in distributing funds.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Can we go here, and then Brianna, you're going to be our last intervention, if that's okay, and then we're going to close. Go ahead, please.
I'm a researcher in the field of culture and cultural policies. Yeah. So basically, what you said, this intermediary organization doesn't have to be official one that already the donors have identified. In the cultural field, there are the same issues with NGOs, especially, I don't know, in some regions which are underdeveloped, like Africa. Everything that was said applies, no? So when you have somebody in the sector who understands the issues and has a capacity and knowledge, like for instance, I'm going to give you the example of a very concrete organization in Spain, which is called InterArts Foundation. They just use the EU projects, applied for them, with the idea to redistribute money. So they picked up the issue, topic, and the region. They wrote the project because not that it's easy for NGOs just to apply for such a
research into our needs. So we kind of already know quite a lot, right? So and then all the way to the end, where we often kind of either pretend not to know, or actually we don't know much about M&E, evaluation and monitoring, right? And here comes the big word KPN, smart, whatever, indicators. Oh my God, literally, like donors, like 2023, right? I mean, are we still gonna count the media posts and like do these kind of things in 2023? This is not going anywhere. I mean, how many posts has been seen coming from a digital rights space and a space of freedom of expression and online? We know that these numbers mean nothing, literally, like not even for the media outlet, let alone for the projects, right? So maybe your paper could benefit from a bit of more cycle explanation on what do you mean when you kind of go through the whole project cycle, how do you do it? And ending with this thing that really needs to kind of get changed a bit.
Okay. That's a really good point. The bane of my existence, M&E. Okay, yeah, thanks for that. I want to echo that as well. Okay, thanks everyone for your time. I think there's Nusha and I have been keeping notes, and we want to take this back to the conversation taking place in the FOC. One kind of a personal maybe wish that I have is to get more countries from the region to join the Freedom Online Coalition. If you see avenues to help support that, that would kind of bring us closer to getting them to commit to the principles here on the page, and generally more to the commitments of the Freedom Online Coalition to ensuring that human rights underpin the use, development, and governance of digital tech, which includes then kind of by extension donor programs as well. But there's a broader challenge, I feel, that kind of Duya was alluding to as well, that we have going on in this region. But with that, yeah, thanks very much. It's very likely that there will be consultations on the specific frameworks and implementation frameworks for how to implement these principles next year. And it would be great to get this community involved and ensure that kind of we have a more in-depth and structured conversation about how to ensure that these principles are relevant and useful for stakeholders here in the region. But with that, thanks everyone, and just thanks to Olga for ensuring that we have time on the agenda. So I've kind of abused my time already. So again, thanks everyone.
Thank you, Leila. And with this session done, we can go on a coffee break. 20 minutes, come back at 11:10. people are coming back from coffee break, so let's just give them a minute. All right, welcome back. So our next session is on ecology and digital security. So please help me welcome Bojan Perkov and Ninoslava Bogdanovic.
Now it's on. Okay, so I see some people are still heading back inside, but I think we can slowly start. Thank you all for bearing with the event and with me, because this is the third thing that I'm speaking about during this event. So the title of today is, let's say, a combination of a workshop and a kind of like a hands-on tour, let's say, of what me and colleague Ninoslava do at the Share Foundation. Will be about the digital security trainings and mentorship process in general that we have done so far, with a very large number, we can say, of organizations who are engaged in matters of ecology, climate change, sustainable growth. We can just give them like a general name, like climate organizations or ecology organizations. So to give a short introduction or explanation about the Share Foundation, the organization that we come from, it's a non-profit organization established in 2012 in Serbia in order to advance the human rights and freedoms in the digital environment. And basically there are 4 pillars of work at Share Foundation, and they kind of complement and intertwine with each other. These are freedom of expression online, data privacy, information security, and open access to knowledge. And our area of work, even though we are organization based in Serbia, our work is, I can freely say, regional and international, because we work and engage in projects and organizations not only in Serbia but also Western Balkans, Southeast Europe, and Europe in general. We can say, as the Share Foundation is also a member of several different formal and informal coalitions, like the European Digital Rights Coalition, as well as the Southeast European Digital Rights Network, which we co-founded. I spoke about it a little bit last night. So when it comes to Share CERT, it's short, like the CERT is an acronym, for those of you who are not familiar, for Computer Emergency Response Team. And it was founded in 2017. The foundation is the founded entity of the CERT, so it's not like an organization upon itself, it's actually like a team within the Share Foundation. And it provides pro bono legal and technical assistance to online media, civil society organizations, human rights activists, and it's the first special CERT that does this, first one that was registered in Serbia that does this, and the first one, as far as I know, there are not other ones specifically focused on online media organizations in general, I can also say, and human rights organization. And what we also do is we monitor and analyze threats, offer incident response, in cases when our assistance is needed, and training and support, which we'll delve into a bit deeper as we progress. So my name is Bojan Perkov. I'm a digital policy coordinator at Share Foundation. You can see my short bio, so it's human rights and freedoms in the technological context and digital security of public interest actors, kind of like a triad between freedom of expression, privacy, and digital security. I'll ask Ninoslava to present herself.
Hi everyone, my name is Ninoslava Bogdanovic and I work at Share Foundation as an information security specialist, and I'm mainly working on the projects related to digital security, where I work directly with the organizations, mostly civil society organizations, media organizations, environmental organizations, human rights activists, and through that work with them I try to improve the state of their digital security. I try to advise them on the best security practices, and I also create for them digital security procedures and policies in order to have like everything implemented in their organization and within their everyday work. And I also offer support in the case of any cybersecurity incidents that them might face.
Great, thank you. So, how did all this came together? We provided digital security support, assistance, trainings, mentorships to numerous organizations ever since the foundation was founded. So not Serbia, but also international organizations who reached out to us for different kinds of needs, different situations that they faced. But in 2021, we were approached by the European Climate Foundation. So they are like this very large, let's say, non-profit organization that specifically gathers climate organizations, ecology organizations, basically working in this area of climate change, and they have a lot of grantees, so smaller organizations that they support and fund, which do really important work in their own countries, especially in countries where you have a huge pollution problem, which is also kind of a larger social and political problem, like some countries in the Balkans. And they approached us, we partnered with them, they approached us to analyze the level of cybersecurity in general, to see if there are any policies in these organizations that are implemented, because they realized that this is a very key issue, especially since some of the grantees and basically the social climate was beginning to feel like these people who are human rights activists in let's say the full sense of the word, in civil society activists as well, that they are facing more and more pressures, and that in these cases, as we could see from yesterday's Freedom of the Net report, one of the first things to be attacked is online infrastructure, online reputation, accounts on social media, websites, and so on. So they recognize that this is important too. Okay, let's do some baseline analysis and see where we go from there. So the first group was 24 organizations, and they had different sizes and capacities and were from different countries. They were from Serbia, Montenegro, Greece, Bosnia and Herzegovina, so different countries, different social contexts, EU members, non-EU member states. So the initial analysis that we did and how we optimize these processes that we sent them a digital security questionnaire where they filled out the information on their state, and that's when we delved deeper into the analysis to see what's the situation and how can we help them. So based on the initial assessment, the group had a overall very basic level of digital security. Some were maybe better in some respects, but when you see the average and the overall picture, it was pretty much a very basic security. A large majority of them didn't have any kind of formal digital security policy, and about half of them suffered some kind of technical attack in the past. Whether it was that their social media accounts were compromised, that their websites were under different types of attacks, for example, distributed denial of service attacks and so on, not to go into too much details. And organizations, what was really an optimistic point for us is that the organizations were aware of these issues and of these threats, and they were willing to do something, but in most cases they just didn't have enough capacities, they didn't have maybe resources to do something with these matters, to actually try to improve them somehow and strategically in the long run. And it was interesting and kind of expected that when we asked them about their perceived threat actors, who they perceive as someone who can threaten them in the digital realm, but maybe also in general, we received the responses. They were in the following order: so private actors like lobby groups, for example, then state bodies, and then criminals, including cyber criminals. And these private and government actors were maybe listed as like their first perceived threat actors, especially because many of them faced different pressures from lobby groups, different campaigns, because of the work that they do. And the topics like range from not only pollution, but also like the use of fossil fuels and things like that. So very socially and economically contested topics in many societies. And based on the results of the questionnaire, we chose the 10 most vulnerable organizations based on different factors. So what kind of cases of cyber attacks do they have against them? Do they use licensed software, for example, because this was also something that we wanted to help them out with through TechSoup, which is an initiative that provides non-profit organization with licensed software on a very, very discounted price. Some of them didn't have, for example, even HTTPS connections on their website, meaning that their website was really insecure, and that someone, if they wanted to, they could follow the entire traffic on the website and what's going on. And then this mentorship process included more engaging work with the organizations. We did some trainings with them, and it was a combination of different activities, such as trainings. We did risk assessments with them, which is also important. Like we sat down with them and said, okay, let's see what do you consider the most important resource or the most valuable resource in your organization, and let's try to assess the risks, what can happen, and how can you prevent this. Are there any measures in place, or what measures should be implemented in this regard? And we also did some organizational policies with them, which we felt were important for them to have some kind of like formal written policy, like a password policy. What kind of passwords should everyone in the organization use? How should they react if there's an incident involving passwords? How should they change them, store them, etc.? Similarly, also with their organizational email accounts. And the security plan is also some kind of like a contingency plan, but we'll talk about that a bit later. And also to acquire software licenses through TechSoup, and we even help them procure some new devices which they didn't have, or the staff was working on very old devices which also might be vulnerable, so we wanted to take that out of the equation as well. Now the current group that we are working with, it's also 24 organizations, but this is a different region. This is like the central, let's say, Europe, so Poland, Slovakia, Czechia, and with the addition of Croatia and Slovenia. And we realized that we can be flexible and scale this process by adapting the mentorship in line with the new methodology, in order to be able to adapt to such a large number of organizations, because before we had 2 groups of 5 organizations, and now the whole group of 24 of them needs to go to this very lengthy and detailed process of trainings, of working on some policies, answering some questions, assessing cybersecurity risks, and so on. So we worked on this process in order to optimize it as best as we can. And now I would give the floor to Ninoslava to let you know more about this mentorship process and the new methodology.
Thank you. So now I will go through that new improved methodology. We will go through all the steps that we go through with the organizations as well. So this new methodology, and the last one also, was based on SafeTag. SafeTag is a methodology for information for digital security that is developed particularly for civil society organizations. So we just adapted that to the organizations that we work with and with our workflow. Now on the next slide we are going to see all the steps that we are taking. So that work with the organizations, as you can see, is very comprehensive. First step is we send them the questionnaire, and through that questionnaire we conduct an audit, external audit, where we analyze where we assess their readiness and for digital security and their infrastructure in the organization. So that questionnaire gives us the introduction of the organization. Then next step is conducting risk assessment. That is very important. We teach organizations how to conduct risk assessment by themselves, but we also do that for them, where we analyze the threats and prioritize all the possible risks that they could face. Then next part is delivering training sessions, and this part is I would say the longest part, and you will see later on how many training sessions we have to offer. Actually, we are offering to the organizations. Then Last part of our work with the organizations is drafting organizational policies and procedures, just in order that they have everything written out and they can follow all the steps and implement everything if they wish in their everyday work. And last part is writing reports and recommendations. Those recommendations are also very, very important because they improve the state of digital security in the organizations, and that report just summarizes all the steps that we went through this mentorship process. Now we will just go through each of the steps, just a little bit more in depth. So digital security questionnaire is the first step to assessing organizational readiness to digital security. It has 39 questions, and those questions are divided into 4 categories, into 4 key areas. First part has questions about organizational infrastructure, so about the organization, what is the area of work, how many employees they have, do they work from home or from office, those kind of, do they have internal IT experts or employee who take care of digital security, or they have external help. Then second part of that questionnaire is about a background. Did they face anything in the past, any cybersecurity incidents? What were the reactions? What were the consequences? How they dealt with that incident? And their general understanding of the incidents, what could be possible incidents, what are the risks, who could be possible cybersecurity actors that would attack them, those kind of questions. Then third part of that questionnaire is about their digital infrastructure. What assets do they have in their organizations, such as computers, mobile phones, website, how do they have backups, do they do regular backups, any data, and how they, let's say, classify that data. Those kind of questions. Then last part is about some practices when it comes to digital security. What measures do they implement already? Do they have any written cybersecurity policies or procedures? Do they feel a need for any written policy? So those are the questions, and this questionnaire really gives us a full asset of the organization. Next step is risk assessment, and here we just let's say categorize all the answers now in that risk assessment matrix, and we go through with the organizations through the assets they have. Then we prioritize them, identify the most valuable assets like computers or websites or social media profiles, most often or email accounts, social media accounts, backups. I already mentioned all of them. So they prioritize them from which asset they couldn't be able to work normally, to continue their work normally if that asset was attacked. Then for each asset they just identify possible threats, possible threat actors, possible or existing vulnerabilities in their, let's say, regular infrastructure. For example, they have weak passwords. That would be a vulnerability that could potentially help attackers to attack them. So we go through that all, and then we use risk matrix row. That is a tool that helps us to create that matrix and to have a visually what are the risks and how they are prioritized. So then those risks are prioritized into levels: low, medium, high, and extreme level. And those high and extreme level need to be assessed right away. Actually, we need to really take care of them and prevent them from not happening. So that is about risk assessment. Next is about training session, and here, according to all the information that we have through the questionnaire and through the risk assessment, now we prioritize the training sessions, and through those training sessions, through this mentorship work, we try to improve those needs or those vulnerabilities that we find out through the previous steps. So, in the next slide, you can see some of the training sessions. So first one is about digital security fundamentals, but it is about cybersecurity threats, when we just explain to the organizations or the possible cybersecurity threats that are over there in the digital environment. Then next training session is about risk assessment. We teach them to, because risk assessment should be done regularly according to any changes in the organization or any changes in the environment. Then next training session is also very important. It is about passwords and passwords management and how to make a strong password and how to manage passwords securely. It is very important since pretty much any resource that they have is protected with a password. So next one is about device protection. We have computer security and mobile device security. And in mobile device security, we also go through, in each of these, we go through the potential threat landscape to that mobile device or that computer. And in mobile device security, we also teach organizations how to recognize potential scam messages, how to recognize potential fake applications. So, and also we, at the end of that training session, we have all the measures that they should implement in order to protect devices. Next training session is about safe browsing, when we teach them what browsers, let's say, have better features when it comes to privacy and security, then what possible extensions they can use in order to be more secure and more private while using the internet. Next training session is about backup. We talk about backup, all the possible solutions, how they can back up their files, and how often they should do that. Next training session is about encryption. Here we just explain the concept of encryption and why it is important, and then in the next training sessions we go through each of the category of encryption. Let's say we go through disk encryption, chat encryption, and email encryption. And this is very important since we teach them how to protect their data even if at rest or in motion while they are sending them. Next training session is website security, or here we teach them just how to maintain their website, how to regularly update everything, how to, again, protect that administrator account for that website. Next training session about hosting. What are the hosting, hosting providers, possibilities, services, why and which they should choose. Any hosting provider, just about hosting in general. Then next training session is about incident response. Or here we go through the general steps that organizations should take when they face any incident, like steps that could imply to any cybersecurity incident. Actually not last, email forensics is very important. Again, training session here, we help organizations to analyze if the email is phishing or not. We teach them how to analyze attachments, how to analyze links in the email, then how to check IP address or domain from which that email was sent. So we help them just to be aware of the malicious emails and or the legitimate emails that are sent to them. And last but not least, malware awareness about malwares, since they are pretty much involved in a lot of possible cyber attacks. That is all about training sessions, and I forgot just to mention that so we assessed the organizational readiness, and then we decide according to the results what are the best, actually the needed training sessions that we need to deliver to them, and according to that we prioritize those training sessions. Then last part of that work is creating security policies and procedures. These are the three security policies that we create for every organization and that we recommend organizations to have. Password policy, where we go through all the steps about passwords and like password management, how to create a good password and how to manage them. Then about a second policy is email and account policy, and here we also write everything about how to protect their email accounts, their social media accounts, how they should be protected. And the security plan is, let's say, a very comprehensive policy where we recommend them all the possible tools they can use. And also in that security plan, there are the steps of in case of cybersecurity incident. So that is everything about the policies and procedures. Last but not least, that report that summarizes all the work that we done, actually all the steps that I mentioned, but that are just relatable to each organization. Yes, we write everything. Their digital security practices when we started work with them, then what we were trying to improve, and then what is the end result of that work. Here are the recommendations. I'm just talking about recommendations and best practices. So here are some of the recommendations that we recommend to the organizations. Again, about passwords, then multi-factor authentications, then regular backups. Multi-factor authentication should be like on any account set up. Then regular updates, to regularly update pretty much everything, software, applications. Then about encryption, data encryption, we just go through that. Then about backup and recovery, just to know how to recover, again, if in the case of any cybersecurity incident. Then secure remote work, how to manage that. Email security, risk assessment, security policies and procedures, and last but not least is employee training, is to actually empower employees to really implement all of the recommendations, all of the best practices when it comes to digital security, and to teach them how to do that. On this slide is a cybersecurity toolkit. This is an online platform where you can find anything about digital security, pretty much, that you are interested in. It has two sections. I have a problem and I want to know. In this section, I have a problem are the steps, what to do if you face any certain problem, what to do if your website is down, what to do if your social media account is stolen, or someone gained access to your social media account. What to do, I don't know, if you cannot access to your phone. So those type of issues. And I want to know, in this section you can find pretty much everything of any topic when it comes to digital security, about encryption, about organizational security, about digital security policies that I mentioned, about certs. So pretty much we tried to cover all of the aspects of digital security in this toolkit, and it is translated into several languages, in English, in Albanian, in Greece, in Slovenian, right? Yes, Macedonian, and Turkish. Yes, and right now, and there will be more translations to more languages. And right now, we are in the process of updating the content of the toolkit, so it will be updated. That is all about the toolkit. Next slide is about incident response help. As Bojan already mentioned, we are a share cert. We have a share cert within the organization, so we are there to help organizations if they face any incident. They can email us, and then we'll try to provide the help. We are also let's say we have international partners, CiviCert, Access Now, and Amnesty International. So if there is an incident that we cannot solve by ourselves, then we are going to contact those partners, and they will help us and to solve the case. And of course, after the incident, we will provide all the recommendations and advice on how to protect in the future that asset and how to recover fastly from the incident. And on this slide, I will just briefly mention CE Digital Rights Network, since Bojan did that last night. I hope that you are remembering that. So you can join this CE Digital Rights Network. And I just want to conclude that regional cooperation is very important when it comes to digital security, since it provides us with knowledge sharing, and let's say capacity building. We can help each others. So those let's say training programs, the joint mentorship programs and sessions, and the exchange of best practices can enhance collective security readiness of the entire region. And that would be all. Do you have any questions? And thank you for your attention. Yes. Should we?
Thank you so much for the presentation. It was very interesting. I want to congratulate you for your work. I think it's very interesting, and what to say. I'm Danuț Maftei, representing the National Cybersecurity Directorate in Romania. We cover also the CERT responsibilities in Romania. I have three short questions. At the national level in Serbia, you cooperate with your national CERT under RATEL. You cooperate. It's very good because we focus on the national cooperation between institutions, between state institution, private sector, and the academia. Second question, you cover for training even state institutions in the countries you go for helping them, or only private institutions? Even national institutions for training sessions covered by Share Foundation, or only private institutions?
So for this kind of training sessions, we only provide them to civil society and media organizations. So we don't provide them to state institutions, but we can provide some sort of advice and maybe consultations in terms of, because of the, how do you say, the sensitivity of the work of state institutions, and they kind of have their own internal procedures on what can they share and what they can't, but we have, of course, very good cooperation with the public sector and with many different institutions who not only whose cybersecurity, not only those who have cybersecurity in their mandate, but also in general who touch upon cybersecurity in some area of their work. And yes, we also cooperate with the National CERT of the Republic of Serbia and the Ministry for Telecommunications. They change the name all the time. Now it's Ministry of Information and Telecommunications. So we have a really good, let's say, relationship, and we're part of this forum where we exchange information all the time with them.
Okay, thank you. And the last question. I would like to know if you monitor or if you pay attention to the improvements in the organizations you used to train after training sessions. You pay attention to that, or to see what are the improvements after training sessions? You know what are the improvements?
We don't generally, let's say, pay close attention to that because it depends on them. Do they want to continue with that security practices that we recommend them or not? So we just focus on, let's say, mentorship them and showing them how to protect themselves, how to be more secure. But it is absolutely to them, will they implement all of that or not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your attention.
Let's give them a round of applause.
Thanks, everyone.
And next we have a session from Diana Milutinovic from RNIDS. You ready? She doesn't want it. Let's welcome Diana. Let's hear about cybersecurity awareness, the power of synergy.
Well, hello everyone. We met yesterday. My name is Diana Milutinovic, coming from Serbia National Internet Domain Registry Foundation. The topic of today's conversation is how can people actually cooperate to achieve something if they have a joint cause. So my background is in marketing and communications, so I'm not the type of a person that usually visits the internet government's events, but sometimes the evil marketeers can do something not just to lure your money out of your pockets, rather keep them in your pockets. So where's the clicker? Oh, there it is. Thank you. So first of all, the background of our organization. We are the domain registry. We do technical work. We keep our domain names up and running with the highest possible availability there is out there. Also, an important thing is keeping our domain names secure. How do we do that? I mean, by keeping the system itself secure, but also offering services for people to protect their domain names, from locking their domain names to DNSSEC digital signing. Also, an important thing is that we are a foundation at the end of the day, looking into giving something back to the society. And bearing in mind how important the topic of cybersecurity is, well, at least raising the awareness on that matter. So here is the background. A couple of years ago, that was in early to actually, well, it will be soon, second year, 2022, we conducted a little research with National CERT of Republic of Serbia, which has shown us the following. For example, almost 95% of people in Serbia, and the sample was diverse, people of different age, different generation, different knowledge, claim that they are familiar with online risks. That they have enough information on that. However, when you ask them whether they ever were a victim of a cyber attack and what type of attack it was, it showed that like 60% had their devices infected with a virus or malware of some sort. Furthermore, who is responsible for your safety in the digital ecosystem? Who is responsible for you being safe online? I mean, only 14% of people said each one of us individually is responsible. What we learned from this is that everyone expects someone else to just magically appear and protect them from any harm that can come from the digital environment. So we are quite active during October, the Cybersecurity Month, and in the years behind we organize conferences, panels, debates, but in 2022 we decided, okay, let's try to do something else. People are exposed to threats, of course, online in the digital ecosystem, so let them go and do a digital campaign warning those people about those threats. Nowadays, we see a lot of advertising, especially from telecommunications companies, offering solutions. Sometimes they are maybe even too bold, offering like ultimate protection for you and your devices. But from what we see in that research, people actually don't know what they should be protected from. Cybersecurity and internet-related threats is not something someone thinks of on a daily basis, especially an average user. And each one of us is an average user at the end of the day. People of various generations access the internet. So that's why the digital campaign on digital channels of communication was the source. However, when you don't have a huge team, when you need expert knowledge and you want to tackle some topics, what you do, you reach for the partners for the project. And in this particular case, Cybersecurity Network Foundation of Serbia, which gathers the experts working in various companies in various fields, was our chosen partner for this one. So what we did was a video campaign followed by articles written by the Cybersecurity Network members. Those videos were shown on the social media, they were shown on YouTube, and the aim was just simply to raise the awareness that there are some types of threats out there. Just someone would like notice that video, maybe learn one thing. When we discussed what would be the objective of this campaign, what do we expect from it? I said like, okay, let's see at least 1,000 people remember just one thing from this, and I will believe my goal here was achieved. So we didn't have huge budget, just spent something on advertising on social media. However, results were good. Why? Because we borrowed the attention. On the previous slide, you can see people who are at some point, oh, why doesn't this go back? Huh. No, which one? This one? Okay. Sorry. Okay. We saw people who are quite familiar on the internet. One of these guys is a comedian, having a nice YouTube channel. The other one is a gamer. But also a guy who gave a testimonial about what happened to him when his YouTube channel was basically abducted and how he barely managed to retrieve it. And let's keep in mind that he makes a living out of his YouTube channel and monetization of the content he creates. It also showed that content creators are really exposed, bearing in mind the visibility they have on the internet, so they're often targeted as victims. So we didn't stop there last year. This year we did something similar. We actually put more people into play. We had the Faculty of Security Studies students having a part of their pre-exam duties. They actually did infographics, and they're also available on this website nowadays. And we translated, or actually it's a work in progress, but I believe it will be launched soon enough. Cybersecurity quiz. If you ever try to do some sort of web project, you know that making an application or a website is not the trickiest part. The trickiest part is actually to provide the content for that. So here we had content which was already created, and we decided to employ the students of University of Criminal Investigation and Police to translate that content. Of course, there was some work that needed to be done afterwards to localize the content, go through the translation. That's something that we are doing nowadays. However, we will have this cybersecurity quiz available online. And the topics covered in this quiz include various stuff, from what's copyright on the internet, how to recognize whether you are violating someone's intellectual property rights, to the point how to recognize technical threats online, artificial intelligence issues, safe working from the home office, and so on and so on. So I really look forward to launching this in the next days. The next thing, something also we did this October, was, well, as I mentioned previously, each and every October we do something related to cybersecurity awareness. I mentioned we had events. However, this year we have put more people into ecosystem because there were too many cybersecurity events in each October. So let's just have a joint one. So we teamed up with our regulatory authority and Serbia National CERT. Also Cybersecurity Network Foundation, supported by the Ministry of Information and Telecommunications, to deliver a joint conference, which was really nice, quite successful. We had over 200 visitors on site, over 1.4 thousand streamed during the day on the video. Great media reporting, and we try to cover some really relevant topics like new legislation that needs to be introduced in cybersecurity in Serbia, security of financial sector, which was, according to analysis shown, one of the most attacked business verticals in the year prior to this one, and also, of course, artificial intelligence. That's the buzzword. That's something no one can ignore nowadays. So what are the takeaways from this? This is the lightning talk. I'm not sure how much time I've spent, but I will not go much further. Working with a different organization than yourself, working with someone who has different procedures, or working with a network of experts such as the deal with Cybersecurity Network Foundation has its challenges. Everyone has a different dynamic, everyone has a different way of doing things. However, those things are at the end of the day awarding, because if you have a same goal, then you communicate the same way. You have more channels to use to communicate. You have a much wider audience when you have more stakeholders involved. And of course, you have access to other people's resources in terms of knowledge. You cannot have a ChatGPT run around and writing you cybersecurity advices. You need to have someone who knows what they're saying if you're gonna reach for something like that. So if you're gonna do some awareness campaign, then do it right. So this is basically what I've prepared for you today. I wouldn't be spending any much of your time. However, I am available for questions. Go ahead, please.
You forgot to mention one very important thing.
Yes? From
zero to hero.
Oh, yeah.
Please, 1 minute,
Cyber
because it's very important for all of us. From zero to hero, for young people.
Cyber hero.
Cyber hero, yes.
Yeah, that's
in Serbia.
Yeah. Well, that's thank you for that question. That is the project which is conducted by Cybersecurity Network Foundation, supported by us, RUNIT, and many other organizations. So what they do is an amazing work. They basically get around the high school students, they get around students of the faculties, universities, and basically put them through training. So let's call it a white hack. Someone who can recognize threats, fight the threats, and basically it's all organized as, let's say, lasting hackathon in terms that it lasts for, I don't know, a couple of months while they are like fighting each other on simulators, preparing. We have finals, national finals in that, when the best team is chosen. However, those who are the most successful are joined to national team. And just recently, there was a competition in Norway of all European national teams with joint guest teams from US and so on. And our team was, well, actually second. However, after some review, they were third. Of all the guest teams. So that is an amazing work that the Cybersecurity Network Foundation does in terms of raising capacities, in terms of creating like professionals who will at some point, whether they choose cybersecurity for their profession or not, know what they are doing. So that's a type of people we'll be needing in the years to come, I believe.
Do we have any other questions from the floor? Well, thank you so much, Diana. Up next, another lightning talk, this time from Grant Baker from Freedom House. Grant?
Hi, everyone. For those that I haven't met yet, my name is Grant Baker. I'm a research analyst at Freedom House. And yesterday I gave a presentation on the findings from our most recent report, Freedom on the Net 2023, The Repressive Power of AI. One thing I didn't talk about, so the report looks at how AI has fueled both disinformation and censorship. And on the censorship side, one thing that we looked at this year and really started to look at and hope to look at more is the use of chatbots like ChatGPT, but alternatives that are developed in authoritarian contexts. So just zooming out, can everyone who's ever used a chatbot or an image generator raise their hand? Can you keep your hand up if you've had the chatbot or image generator tell you they were not able to produce an answer or an image? Does anyone want to share one of those examples? Boyan, you look ready and willing.
Yes, so I asked it who is Boyan Perkov, and it was ChatGPT, and it said that I cannot provide personal data or information on people, but I am willing to talk about something else. So yeah, that's an example, I guess.
That makes sense. Does anyone else have a burning desire to share an example? All right. It looks like no. But yeah, I think the point I'm trying to make, and I think Boyan's example illustrates, is that right these chatbots and these image generators, right, they are engaging already in a level of content moderation, right? Like ChatGPT won't reveal personal info. It won't talk about, it won't tell you how to commit a crime. It won't provide responses to answers that it deems as hate speech. They're taking more measures, you know, around producing electoral content and campaign content as they've grown in popularity and they begin to staff up their teams working on these issues. Likewise, you know, image generators like Bing's image generator, they won't let you generate real people. So similar limitations around terroristic content and violence, right? And these are all kind of part of the content moderation policies that we've seen platforms globally, you know, roll out over the past 16 years as they became more and more popular. But I think outside of the chatbots and image generators that we know, and especially the chatbots, we spent some time this year in the report looking at, you know, how authoritarian states, namely China and Russia, have dealt with chatbots, right? So in China, we saw the government ban ChatGPT, ban companies from using ChatGPT. Then in August, the government ordered the removal of 100 chatbots, right from the App Store and the Apple Store. And since then, we've seen alternatives produced in China, namely Baidu's Ernie bot, and there are kind of different decisions that these chatbots make, right, that reflect the interests of the government in a lot of cases, right? Like Ernie bot will not answer a question about Tiananmen Square, and China's national strategy has been very clear that it wants these chatbots developed domestically and to rely on domestic training data. There have been studies that have shown that chatbots developed using Baidu's encyclopedia versus Wikipedia offer, very different definitions and connotations around concepts like democracy and freedom. So that's just one example. I think similarly in Russia, we've seen the government call for technical sovereignty around chatbots, as it has called for around many other technical issues in the country. And when we've tried out Alice, which is Yandex's chatbot built on Yandex GPT. Similarly, it will give you a very factual answer if you ask who the president of France is or who the president of Russia is. But if you ask about the war in Ukraine or Alexei Navalny, you're not going to get an answer there, right? And we don't have access to the training data. We don't know why exactly this happens. We can only imply. But I think part of the issue here is it kind of mirrors, right, broader concerns that we've seen about or around rather social media platforms that are based in these countries, right, and messengers. In China, obviously, we know that the government censors millions of messages a day on WeChat. In Russia, we've seen, especially in the past few years, the further consolidation of social media platforms and search engines with VK, which has been popular for a while, selling an increasing amount of shares to state-linked companies, and then also Yandex selling 2 of its most popular products to VK. And we know that in these cases, right, VK has removed content about the invasion of Ukraine. It's removed content that's critical of Putin. We've had, engineers who used to work at Yandex come out and say that the company removed search results and this and that. So I think, what we're watching going forward and hoping to learn more about over the coming year or so is kind of the decisions that the chatbots that are being produced in these countries are making. And we expect, that they will mirror kind of the decisions that the platforms that are based in these countries have made, which are often decisions that do not respect freedom of expression or dissenting opinions. So, when we think about the rise of AI and generative AI more broadly, it's important to keep in mind that, like social media platforms at the beginning of the last decade, which, were initially heralded as, a tool that would give everyone access to information and give everyone a voice. And it quickly became clear that, one, the way that companies develop these tools might not be the best for actually doing that. And 2, governments, would try and exert control over these platforms as they have, or produce their own platforms where they can exert, further control. So I think it underscores a need to be on the lookout for the development of these alternative chatbots in authoritarian contexts. And it also underscores the need, I think, for regulation that requires transparency around the chatbots and AI image generators that we use, so we can have a better idea of the decisions that they're making and any special interest that they're taking into account that are leading to the removal of certain content. So I'll keep it short and end there. But if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Grant. Up next, we have our own Dushan with a lightning talk, but I'm pretty sure I know where he's at right now. So let's give him a minute. He'll come back in a minute with an ashtray. Perhaps you would start without Dushan and then he'll join us shortly.
Okay, let's start. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
So welcome everyone.
Alena Muravska, everybody. Let's give her a round of applause.
So my name is Alena Muravska. I'm from the RIPE NCC, Program Management Officer, and welcome to our last presentation today. I hope you can still keep up before lunch, and I hope it will be interesting and engaging enough. Dushan will join us shortly for the moderation, but if you want to ask me questions and not to wait for Dushan to ask me questions, so you are welcome. I want to make it as much interactive as possible. So here I'll give a few words for Dushan.
Dushan can speak without mic. So hi, Alena. Should I be sitting?
Please
I don't
join
like
me.
to sit. Okay. Okay. I don't like the lights. Okay. Sorry for being a little bit late. So what we are talking about today?
So
I'm stupid moderator.
Yeah, so that was actually a bit of an idea. It's a technical topic. You see, we are going to talk today about internet landscape and network resiliency. So we will be talking of the things that are at the core of the internet, technical core of the internet, not that much as on the top of internet that was topic yesterday, as far as I know. So Dushan is here also to ask me questions if it's going to be maybe if I'm talking a bit encrypted in technical language, which I try not to. So perhaps I'm not sure if everyone is familiar here. There's RIPE NCC. So can you? Who is familiar? I see only 2 hands, 3 hands, 4.
5, 6. Okay.
Yeah, but still, let me give you a small introduction into, is the clicker working?
So most of you are familiar with domain names, so this is catchable for human brain. But you are not familiar for the other side of DNS system, which is IP numbers, and RIPE is?
So RIPE NCC is an organization that allocates internet number resources to internet service providers and other organizations. So imagine I just introduced myself, I told you my name, which you might have remembered already, but if I will give you my phone number, for example, nobody will remember. So numbers are more difficult to remember than names, so that's why we have this names and number system. But what I want to mention is how the RIPE-NCC is connected to the southeastern region. Because we are also a secretary for the community, and community are people like you. So what we do, we organize SE meetings for networks operators, but everyone who's interested in internet since 2011. You can also look up the archive of all the meetings, and next meeting we will have next year, obviously. We have them once a year. We also support so-called network operators groups. The last group that was incepted was in Croatia, which we are very proud to be a part of this process. We also support developing internet exchange points, and please make a note of this because I'll mention this internet exchange points in our talk.
Wait, can I stop you? What is internet exchange point?
Oh, okay, sure. Let's explain that. So internet exchange points are points that operators can exchange their traffic locally. So the traffic stays also locally, and it's for better interconnection of networks.
So Bosnian guys were telling me yesterday that emails are going to Germany and coming back to Bosnia. So if they have IXP, local IXP, then emails will not go to Germany, but they will stay locally.
Exactly, and I will have a very nice picture to show you towards the end of the presentation about what Dusan just said. We also support internet governance events like this one. So we support this event since 2015, since it started. Like by financial support, and we also present here as speakers, so that's why I'm here today. This year we also organized the first roundtable meeting, which is not obviously a roundtable literally, but these are meetings for governments and regulators in this region. We have also a lot of funding opportunities, and I'm happy to say that one of the winners of Community Projects Fund was a project from this region which is called Internet Atlas. So if you're interested, you can download the slides and click on the link. But today, we're gonna talk about resiliency. So, I can't see the slides. So, and I want to give you a bit like a theoretical background to that. So, since Russian invasion to Ukraine, our researchers looked into the internet in the country, looked how the war affected the internet in the country. And we did research at the beginning of the war and a year after. It was done by my colleague Emil Aben, and here I'm linking his article to his research, which is called The Resilience of the Internet in Ukraine 1 Year On. So by studying what happened on the internet, on the network, so we are all talking about network and connectivity, he realized that there are a few factors that might have contributed to the fact that the country stayed very much connected in these harsh circumstances. And these two factors there, that Ukrainian internet is very decentralized, and at multiple levels. So there is not a single internet provider that the whole country is dependent on. So if that one single player stops providing internet for whatever reason, the rest of the country can reconnect and can still provide internet to other users. So this was one of the factors.
So there is no monopoly on the market that is from a single one point?
Exactly.
Okay.
And back to IXPs, also we noticed that in Ukraine there are a lot of local internet exchange points. So there were 19, and still at the middle of the war, almost all of them were active and provided that interconnectivity for internet service providers. So this is not a science yet, so it's not like a research, it's just an observation that they think has contributed to the resiliency. But use it as like a theoretical starting point for further discussion. And I want you also to think as me and take you through that path.
Okay.
So let's move further. So to give you an example how we see that, and to give you a picture, visual picture of what I just told, we're going to look into these networks in these countries. So obviously Ukraine as a subject, but also neighboring countries as Belarus, Poland, and Turkey. And I want to start with Belarus because it's more simple and it's quite smaller country, so you can clearly see what's happening. So when you look at this picture, you see gray and pink nodes. So the gray nodes are networks, representing networks, domestic networks, like networks that are registered in Belarus. And the pink ones, sorry.
Click.
So that's Belarus. Now you see that. I see the smile on your face. Thank you.
Now we have the dots.
Yes, now we have the dots. We connected to dots. So you see the dots are very much connected. So the connection is routing, like interconnection between different networks on the internet. And the pink nodes are foreign networks to which the country is connected to connect to the outside world. So Dusan, what do you see at that picture? What does it say to you?
A lot of dots, but let's say very few pink dots are connected to other gray dots. So what is it?
So that means that there are not that many external, like foreign interconnections between the country and the outside of the internet.
Does it mean that this big gray circle is some kind of monopolist on the market because almost everything is going through that circle?
Exactly. So the bigger the node, the more transit it provides to other networks, so the more important it is. So you see here like around 4 very big nodes, and all smaller ones are connected to that. So there are 4 big providers, operators, on which most of the country is dependent on. And this is, we have for a country around 10 million population. So not a huge country, just 10 million.
Not huge market, but very big monopoly as far as I see. Or let's call it centralized.
Yeah, we can say there's a tendency to be more centralized. So if you look at Turkey, which has 85 million population, so much bigger than Belarus, it has kind of a similar structure. You also see a few big gray nodes, so domestic networks, and many smaller, but they're all linked to those, aggregated to those big gray nodes, so big networks.
So if I can stop you, so in this case we have a lot of, let's say, net and small dots. It means that users are connected to those small dots, and they are practically second or third hand of these big gray dots.
Exactly. But it also looks like they connect to the outside world, not themselves directly to someone from abroad, but via these big networks. So it shows quite a centralized picture, and then we move to the next one, you will immediately see a difference. So memorize this one and look at Ukraine. So it's very decentralized. So there are so many small internet service providers. So you see, like, you can't even see what's on that picture. I couldn't scale it for you like as easy as a picture of I see you have to scratch your eyes because it's very difficult to see. So if you had like a bigger screen, this more granular view. But what I want you to understand from that is this shows that high level of decentralization in the country and the complexity. So that's why we kind of made this conclusion that have contributed to the resiliency.
Out of this spider network that I see, I must ask you about this big dot that represent the connection to outside. So I don't see many, or I can see a couple of them, even that color. So can you explain a little bit?
Yeah, unfortunately, you cannot see that even from here, but there are many, many, many pink dots. So Ukrainian operators, they connect to outside world independently via many other other small connections. So they're not only going through that one big node, but that's also shows that there is also one central line where many of them are still connected, but not necessarily. So it is very much decentralized also in terms of connectivity abroad. And Poland, you can compare Ukraine and Poland quite easily because they are similar in size and population. So in Poland you have approximately the same picture as in Ukraine, maybe a bit more aggregated, so a bit more centralized. And so this was basically the first part that I wanted to show you. So I'm wondering, do you have questions about this story? Because that will be a beginning when we go to...
I have a question for them. Do you see, do I need to move from here or you see clearly? Okay.
That one, I can look up this information, but I don't have it to hand. So that represents one network, one registered network. We can find who it is, but I don't have the numbers on, because if I will put the numbers of that network, it will be completely not readable, visually it would be very difficult to represent that. But I can look up this information for you after the presentation, yeah.
Please repeat the question.
Oh, sorry. No, I just wanted to ask whether this very, very big decentralization in Ukraine, is it like an issue that is now organized like that because of like precarity, or is it before the war that it was like that?
That is actually the situation before the war. It's like the nature of that market in Ukraine. Ukraine has a lot of small providers, and Ukraine is one of the best connected countries in the world. I'm saying it not because I'm original from Ukraine, but like in every village you will have very high quality of connectivity, which in Europe is still in development. And it's only thanks to small operators, because big operators, they not always have interest to connect the small villages, while for small operators, that's their business, to connect few small towns.
Rural area. You are talking about rural area.
Yes, rural areas, yeah, because it's quite a big country, spread country, but very well connected.
Zdravko Jukic from Croatian regulator. What does the size of the dots represent?
So the size of the dot represents kind of the importance. The bigger the size, the more transit traffic it provides to other networks. So more networks are connecting that node to direct their traffic through.
Hello, Andrea Beccali from ICANN. I have a question, more a curiosity. So this is before the war. We all heard about these Starlink networks, satellite dishes that have been installed in Ukraine. Will they pop up in this map if you would add them?
So this is not a situation before the war. No, like to answer the question whether the market was decentralized before the war, yes, it was. So it was very similar to that before the war. These 4 particular graphs is a snapshot from May 2023. And this information is taken from Routing Information Service, which I will explain a bit later. Regarding Starlinks, my answer is I don't know, honestly, but I think no. So this is just connectivity that are provided by networks which are already have like IS number, etc. But that's an interesting question. I also will take it up with my more technical colleagues. And but I don't think we can map it. I don't think we can measure and map it in any way.
Let me try to add to this what you. So Starlink is not using European ASs. What is that? Sorry.
IS is autonomous system. Or you might hear ISN, autonomous system number. So it's a number that is given to one network.
Starlink basically use American system, so it is not measurable by RIPE. They are not using RIPE Atlas, which is, what is RIPE Atlas? Sorry.
So this one was not measured by RIPE Atlas, so it's a measurement system that was measured by Routing Information Service. Let me show you that. So what data have we used to measure that? So we have a data collector. So it doesn't come from the air. So this is a like enormous data collector where we collect data about every connection on the internet, also worldwide. But for these graphs, we only use IS numbers, so networks that are registered as Ukrainian networks. So as Dushan said, and thanks, so if Starlinks are using networks that are not registered as Ukrainian networks or Polish, they won't be shown on these visuals.
This dummy moderator did something good. Please continue.
So you see, so the RIPE NCC, as Dushan introduced us, yeah, we are for IP numbers, for internet number resources, but we also have, we are a center for excellence for data. We have a lot of internet data. This kind of data we collect since 1999, and all historical data is still it's available, it's publicly available. The data I showed you today was like a snapshot on one particular point of time. So it really shows you the real data. So you can see what was happening on internet in terms of connectivity on almost every single point of time. So that's why it's so valuable as insight. But I'm sure you all are curious about the internet landscape in the Southeast Europe. And I want you kind of to use this knowledge as like theoretical knowledge, and let's analyze what's happening here in your region. And I'm not gonna talk about like the whole SEEDIG region, which is, as Dushan yesterday explained in the evening, he had a geography exam, which he almost passed. So we're gonna look at the data from this country report, which we called Southeast, sorry, that was the second slide, country report. And it has information about these countries. Like, we are not saying this is how we define the region, but for this report, we compared these countries because they thought they're scalable by size and by markets. So all the slides you will see next are coming from this report. So the question is, my question to you actually, I don't have an answer to that, is the market here centralized or decentralized? We said in Ukraine the market is very much decentralized, but what about this region?
What are you thinking about your countries? For example, Serbia, Croatia, Bosnia, whatever. Are they centralized regarding the traffic?
like services. But let's maybe keep in
Okay.
mind that question. Yeah, I'll give you some more information and then maybe you can form your opinion. So the first graph, and we have no direct way to measure it, at least not at RIPE-NCC, and it's not a science, it's just like a hypothesis. So we look at some data and we think like, what does it show me? So this data shows so-called local internet registers. Shan, do you know what are they?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Please explain.
So as a RIPE-NCC, we are a regional internet registry. So we are like this big organization that registers IP addresses. You have also local internet registries, which are in your country, like they could be ISP providers. So we measured how many are they in these countries, and we see like a steady growth, which also corresponds to this amount of ISPs. So you can say this amount of companies that provide connectivity services. We see that Slovenia is, though, an exception of the rule because they have more LARs and more ISPs per population than in other countries. They also have more IP addresses per population than in other countries.
I know the answer. I know,
You know
Jan
why?
George, but okay.
Jan George, yeah, Jan George is answer for everything.
Okay.
But let's give him a credit or a blame for that.
Yeah.
So another way to look at centralization or decentralization would be amount of networks. So we talked about networks. The graphs I showed before, these nodes, they showed networks. This diagram also shows you networks. So you see how many autonomous system numbers, as RIPE-NCC, we also register those, are per different countries. So again, what is very particular here? That Slovenia has much more autonomous system numbers, much more networks than any other country, while it's not the biggest country. So Serbia is the biggest country in this region. So they have 298, and more than 100 of these are small businesses.
Nice.
So can we say that, that Slovenia could be a very decentralized country in terms of providing connectivity services? Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, definitely.
That's very possible. So what do we see next?
Exchange. So how do we collaborate on traffic? How we collaborate with exchanging mails, etc. Okay.
So you mentioned that story about email traveling far.
Yeah.
So this graph shows situations then the traffic travels far, sometimes very far to go back. Imagine I need to go from Zagreb to Split, and instead of taking a car, or I don't know how the cities are connected, I'm taking a plane.
Believe me, highway.
I'm taking a plane to London, and then from London I'm taking a plane from London to Split, and maybe not even a direct plane, because I've got a deal for 10 euros. But I might get stuck in London, my flight might be delayed. It might look like a very cheap option because I might spend more money on gas and on stopping having coffee somewhere on the way or good lunch. I know food is very good here. And I think instead of spending 30 euros on lunch somewhere between Split and Zagreb, I'll better spend 10 euros and get on a plane. Is it optimal way to do? You would say no, but we see that happening, this internet traffic. So how this is happening? Sometimes it's cheaper for operators to exchange in Frankfurt, in Amsterdam, or in other foreign exchange points. But that doesn't mean it's an optimal in terms of traffic, in terms of connectivity.
So let me stop you. If you go, for example, if we use, let's say I will use Feđa, so I'm sending email to Feđa from, let's say, Banja Luka to Sarajevo in Bosnia. and he told me it will go somewhere in Germany and then come back to Serbia. What is the, is that email delayed, or what is happening with this round trip around Europe? And if it's direct, like in some exchange point, what I asked, do we see the difference in matter of time between receiving email, between he received my email?
So in fact, luckily or unfortunately, like the technology works so well, so you might not notice. So it's not like as a human you can notice things like that. Otherwise, they wouldn't connect in a foreign exchange point. However, it does has risk of disruptions, and it does create dependency on external suppliers. So imagine when everything works well, it works well. But in extreme situations, it might not. And this is not a statement, it's just like a hypothesis, because we are not here in extreme situation. But something to think about, something to just keep in mind, and maybe to ask your provider how they do that. Just to ask these questions and to plan for the future, for more resilient future, if you want.
If they know. Let's see how
that's why we providing this information. But let's look at when it's done well. So on this graph, we see how the traffic is exchanged within the region. And we do see that we have here some internet exchange points. So their role is actually to mitigate that effect of that tromboning. And they need to encourage the traffic to stay local. Like the more local, the better. The biggest ISPs here we see is in Ljubljana, Zagreb, and Belgrade. So applause to those technicians who are working there. You might know some of them. So that's a very good sign. And here is the last graph I'll show you today. So this is a graph that aims to show you market consolidation. And I've chosen Croatia as a country we are now at the moment. If you want to see other countries from the region, like other 9 countries from this report, you can download the report, which I linked in this presentation. We have graphs for each of these countries. And I explained to you how you can understand and read this graph. So you do see here, as we can say it, a significant level of market consolidation, and that the country relies on a few big providers. So you know them better than I do if you are local. So you can see maybe your own internet provider here.
You know just AS numbers, so you're not dealing with names.
You don't deal with names, true. But I must say this is not that unique for this region and for the whole Europe. So that consolidation is a trend. But it can have a negative effect on the market in the end. And if you remember how decentralized is Ukrainian market and what a big role it played in keeping the country connected. And as I said, there shouldn't be not a single supplier on which many other networks are dependent on. That's kind of a base for resiliency of the internet. And you know, internet is a network of networks, is often said. It's not like your application or not your phone. Internet, in the technical base, is a network of networks, in fact. So maybe it's time to say, actually to summarize all of this, like a few highlights. Dusan, anything that particular to you?
Well, now that I have learned what is LIR, what is AS number, I will give you the floor to.
Okay. So what we see here, that looking at the history, and we haven't looked at the history, but you know the history of the telecom market here, that the same telecommunications in this region, they still have a lot of influence on the market. There are not that many independent providers. Maybe there's exception for Jan Žoržer's country, Slovenia. We have seen that actually routing is a connectivity between networks. This region is generally quite efficient. However, we have seen some exceptions. There is a traffic being sent to London and traveling back to the region. There is not a high level of diversity in terms of routes, and we also see like the dominance of a few players here. So connecting like the two stories, the story of resilient internet in Ukraine and what you have seen from the landscape of the internet in this region. Is anyone who wants to say a few words?
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to ask you about the market in Ukraine and other countries. Is it because of the legislation? So what does it take to open a provider, for example, a provider company? Is it maybe easier to open it in Ukraine than in other countries, and that's why in there is more monopolized the market, and in Ukraine it's so decentralized? Because, for example, in Moldova, although it's a very small country, it's like 2 million population, we have at least 5 or 6 providers who are more or less equally sharing the market, and then a few that are smaller.
So,
very good question. Actually, this is something I would love to know more about as well. I'm not an expert in Ukrainian market. From the RIPE NCC point of view, this is like what data shows us. However, that there are different reasons for that. That could be economical. That could be also cultural. You know, for Ukraine, we have 3 people and 2 hetmans, as we say. You might know that. So, in Ukraine, people don't like centralization from the cultural point of view, and you also see that reflected in different areas of life. But I do think this is a very good question, and maybe even a subject for a session when we will invite someone from Ukraine, there's a local knowledge, and say, okay, this is what happening in my country, what is in your country. So I would actually also ask organizers maybe to put it on the list for some future sessions.
So yes, D for dialogue. I can before that, I will give you one short sentence for every single market is regulated by law. So definitely there is some sort of influence of the law to the local markets and for number of these graphs, these dots. So to what degree it depends on the state.
So thank you. I also have a question. You provided the big report on Southeast Europe, and like the tendencies seem to be similar and the problems seem to be similar, like this movement from centralized state telecommunications to more decentralized, and like the tendency, the speed is different, but the tendency is the same. Can you give us some examples like how it's happening in Western and Central Europe that didn't have this centralized presence for many years? If you may. Thank you.
So you will see the same trend also in Europe. So as I said, this centralization is not unique for the region. So you see that trend, and I'm kind of afraid, or I don't know, should we be afraid of that? We will see even more centralization. We see that in many, in economy on many levels, more and more centralization. Also because questions for security and growth, like small companies, they cannot compete with big companies for investment. So you see that everywhere, like you have only like a few big providers, that's like shops, everywhere you see that. So how will it affect the internet, the connectivity, resilience? So that's a question to the industry. I don't have an answer for that. What I can say, maybe I'll skip one slide, which I can get back to it a bit later. We do produce these reports for different regions and countries. So here you see the one for a few other countries in the region. And if you click on the picture, once you download my presentation, hopefully after this meeting, it will bring you to this country report. And here is also country report on Central Europe, like on Poland, Czech Republic, and Hungary. So I invite you all to have a look and to read into and compare. Why we always compare countries? Like why I haven't showed you only the internet in Ukraine, there's always great notes. You would not understand why it's showing decentralization. While you saw situation in Belarus and in Turkey, then you see situation in Ukraine. You know, only by looking at it, you can say, yes, I do see a difference. So please have a look in these reports. These are done by the RIPE NCC, by my amazing colleagues. Yeah, I'm very proud to present their work here today, because they do have a lot of more valuable information than I have shared with you today.
I will just add to this a little bit. So not only laws, politics also, happenings also, geography. So how many rural areas do you have and you need to cover with, and how expensive that is? So imagine a small company in the village should cover 10 villages. Is it payable to put fiber networks or something like that? So we are talking about many things that those are results, not roots of the problem. Those are results. So everything combined gives this picture. Elena?
So a few words where the data comes from. Like, why should you believe what we are telling? All these graphs really showing the real picture. It's because we have data, we measure data, we store data, and here are some data sources. I won't go through all of them and explain. If you are interested, please I refer you to this slide. You can read more about that. But we do use all of them in our reports, and we mention what data have we used to produce one or the other visualization.
Okay, I would ask about anything here. Nothing is K-root. What is it? What is K-root?
Yeah, that's maybe too technical for this presentation. This one of the sources of also for DNS data that we have. So.
Okay. So anyone from the audience? Questions?
So this is last but not least. I would like to invite you all to the RIPE meeting, which will be in Rome at the end of November. These are like biannual, the biggest community gatherings that RIPE NCC facilitates as a secretariat for the community. These are 1 week long events where people come, gather and discuss technical topics, but also how the as RIPE NCC function. If you won't be able to plan and make it in such a short notice in Rome, there are also fully remote participation is possible, and if you participate remotely, it's free. So please have a look, register, and I hope you'll see at least some of you at the RIPE meetings. Maybe Andrea, you will be at the RIPE meeting? Yes, you have to be there, yes.
Andrea must be there because he is from Italy, but he can join to Athens, which is next year in April, RIPE Southeastern Europe. So if you are not going to Rome, then you can come to Athens. But
yeah, for now all the roads lead to Rome.
Yeah,
so please follow the road.
First is Rome.
Thank you. So, fun fact, from my high school I could see the Colosseum from the window of my high school. Anyway, can you share with the participants the opportunities for, newcomers, young people to participate in RIPE meetings? Because I know you have similar programs as we have in ICANN, because otherwise you have to pay a fee to participate into a RIPE meeting. But if you can share more of those information, because I think it will be useful for this audience.
Yeah, great question. Thanks, Andrea. Yeah, we do have a few programs to participate in the RIPE meetings. So that's one of the programs is fellows, when we fund people to come to the RIPE meeting, and they provide like a full support and the mentoring. We do provide support for researchers. This is a different program where you can join the RIPE meeting and present your research. It's called RACI. We also provide like mentoring a program for newcomers. If you are new and you're coming to a meeting which is 1 week long, having like up to 500 participants, which is a lot of fun. There are a lot of good people there. It can be overwhelming. So we do mentor, so we do take you and we do explain everything, and we take care that you are becoming like a member of that community, and you introduced you to the processes, etc., etc. So if you're interested to learn more, I didn't put it on my slides. Just ask me directly after this meeting, and I will provide you these direct links. You need to apply for this funding and fellowships opportunities in advance, so you won't be you will already late for this meeting. But we have these meetings twice a year in May and in October, November. So if you want to have a funding, so think about next year, May. But this year, have a look, at least remotely, if it's something you would like to be there in person, and think about next year then.
Thank you. So, more questions from the audience? No? So we are going to launch, as Sergo is pushing me. So, okay.
Food is important. I'm not a big fan to present just before lunch, because I think like I'm hungering people. People are starving and only thinking about lunch, and I'm preaching my stuff. But I'm really very thankful for your for your active participation.
When she say Rome, then everybody listens. So, Sergo.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you, Dusan.
Round of applause for Elena.
Thank you all.
And that was our last session for today, and the last session for SEEDIG 8 in general. So we're at the finish line. Thank you all for coming. Before you go on lunch, I just have a couple of housekeeping items. There's a city tour planned for later today for those of you who are first in Zagreb or in general would like to join us. It's a little bit raining outside, but the tour is still on. It's not that bad. It's warm, but it's kind of drizzling. So we meet at 2:30 at the main square near Bana Josipa Jelačika's statue.
Please. So, Bana Josipa Jelačića. So,
the guy on a horse on the main square. So 2:30, be there. There will be a guide with a blue certificate around them. So. Sorry? Yeah, well, it will be a tour from different locations. So.
I will add something to this.
All right. So that's about the tour. There will be a funicular ride. Lunch is waiting for you just outside, and we will have some closing remarks from Dusan and Olga. Thank you all for coming.
These are not closing remarks from me. Olga will give you in front of SEEDIG. For the tour, who doesn't know how to come to the city center to Yelačrčapa, whatever. So we will be here after the lunch, let's say 2 and 5 to 10. You can come here in Vespa, and we will take you to the city center to meet the tour guide, okay? So, Olga, please.
Just very quickly to say huge thanks on behalf of all the organizing team for SEEDIG 8. Thank you for coming, for finding time, for traveling, for being with us during these 2 days. We hope you don't regret your time that you spent with us, that you found something useful, that you built some connections, and also feel free to reach out to us with your feedback, with your ideas, if you have any projects that you think you would like to partner with us, but also if you want to host us in your city next year during some warmer period of the year than November. So also feel free to reach out, and indeed huge thanks also to those who have been part of the organizing team, to all the session organizers, to sponsors, strategic partners, because literally this was a very fast preparation process, and if not all of you who made some even small contribution, this all would not be possible. So huge thanks, and join us for the tour, and let's stay in touch.
Just before you go, could you just raise your hand if you're joining the tour so we can get an idea how big of a crowd there will be? Fantastic. We'll see you all there.